Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'm one of your hosts, Felicia Latoya Brown, president of the Career and Technical Education Association of New Jersey, also known as CTE ANJ, and the CTE General Theater teacher at Trenton Central High School in Trenton, New Jersey. I want to start by first acknowledging that though we are virtual for this event, Zoom headquarters occupies the ancestral land of the Ohlone, who still live as a small population in that part of present-day California. I am coming to you from Lenapehoking, also known as New Jersey, the ancestral land of the Lenni Lenape. In starting my new journey as a CTE teacher in 2018, I embarked on a search for more information, and I'm beyond thankful for all the people and resources that have made the transition from teaching non-CTE courses to teaching CTE courses smoother. Today's event is the result of conversations and collaborations between individuals and organizations. So before we begin today's panel sessions, I would like you to meet some of the people who made this event possible. The first person is Nancy Trivett. I met Nancy in Tucson, Arizona at the ACTE Best Practices and Innovations Conference held in September of 2019. She, Lauren Lessels, and Kelly Dimer, all of whom are a part of ACTE, have been extremely helpful in answering questions and giving guidance. Speaking on behalf of ACTE, here is their former president, Nancy Trivett.
Thank you, Felicia, and good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Arts, Media, Entertainment from Coast to Coast, hosted, as Felicia said, by CTA NJ. I'm Nancy Trivett, past president, and although a resident of Virginia today, I am a former CTE ANJ member, and I'm thrilled to help kick off this event led by Felicia Brown, president. Felicia's enthusiasm for theater arts and career and technical education helped fuel the development of this first ever national event for New Jersey and for career and technical educators nationwide. State and regional lines were no barriers for communications and conversations. Thanks to ACT members, colleagues, and industry professionals in California, New Jersey, and other states for collaborating to develop and deliver this event. ACTE is proud to help host this Coast to Coast digital conference. If this is your first interaction with CTE ANJ, an affiliate of the Association of Career and Technical Education, or another state affiliate of ACTE, welcome to the CTE family. This and many more great resources are available through your state ACTE association and the National ACTE organization. Thank you to all the members who are participating today. And of course, if you're not a member, please consider becoming one so that you can take advantage of all the value-added resources that ACTE has to offer. National membership costs less than many textbooks, dinner for two, or many yearly newspaper subscriptions. It's a win-win. Best wishes for a successful conference, and I hope to see you all face-to-face at ACTE's Career Tech Vision Conference in New Orleans this December. Check out the details on acteonline.org. Felicia, back to you.
Thank you, Nancy. Again, I'm so grateful for you and others from ACTE. In December of 2019, I began having conversations with Jack Mitchell and Dale Schmidt. I was on a search for a proper test for my theater program, and these men were not only full of information, but had developed a connection on which Allison Fresnel and I have built today's Coast to Coast event. You will meet Allison soon, but first, Jack Mitchell and Dale Schmidt, newly retired from being parts of the California and New Jersey Departments of Education. Gentlemen.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Felicia. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I'm Jack Mitchell. As Felicia said, I recently retired in June from the California Department of Education. And I came to the Department of Education from a theater classroom. I taught at University High School in Los Angeles. And I moved right from there to the California Department of Education. And I wanted to talk a little bit about how the arts, media, and entertainment industry sector has moved forward during the 13 years that I was in that position. When I came to the department, California had just moved to 15 industry sectors from the 6 voc ed areas, and arts, media, and entertainment was one of those new industry sectors. I found out fairly early on that we were not a high priority industry sector in California. And in fact, I was told by my supervisor that the arts were talent-based pursuits and they really weren't a career tech industry area. And so, as all of you know, being in the arts, that is, I told them that that was clearly not the case. In fact, artists needed career training probably more than any other industry sector because of the competitive nature of the arts. So in 2008, the first year that California gathered statistics on the new 15 industry sectors, there were 22,000 students in CTE courses in California and about 500 teachers statewide. We were lucky in terms of the CTE standards because they were aligned directly with the visual and performing arts standards in California. And so there was a general connection between the arts and CTE. I wanted to share a slide with you because one of the things that comes up often in California is what is the relationship between visual performing arts, the academic content area, and arts, media, and entertainment, the CTE arts area. And so for years, I tried to create these crazy Venn diagrams explaining it. And finally, I was at a conference and one of the attendees said, well, to me, it looks a little bit more like what you're seeing on the screen now. The visual performing arts standards, the skills and knowledge are an essential part of a career tech education. You can't get rid of any of the skills and knowledge in visual performing arts, but it has a career tech overlay. And so this is a slide that I think is valuable to me in identifying that connection between the arts and CTE, arts, media, and entertainment. So we began with 22,000 students, and we started pushing to build the arts, media, and entertainment industry sector. And we did this by reaching out to traditional visual performing arts programs and talking to them about the critical importance for their students of understanding what the careers were like that they were studying to go into. And we had several conferences and conversations about what those careers look like and how important it was to actually prepare kids for the career side, not just for the artistic side. Because the thing we found was that art students were essentially on their own in terms of learning about all of the career side of the arts. We were very good at preparing kids with the skills and knowledge they needed to be artists. We just didn't teach them how to get work and what the work looked like once they got it. So since then, we have grown steadily to where arts, media, and entertainment is now the largest industry sector in the state of California. We have, well, actually more. In 2018-19, the last time we have data for that, there were 231,000 students and over 1,500 teachers. And I was very fortunate when during the course of my work with the department to meet a really energetic young woman from Windsor over in the coastal area of California, who was I asked if she was interested in taking my position. And in fact, she did. And we'll hear more from Allison Frenzel in a moment. But also during my work with the arts and arts media and entertainment, I met a gentleman from New Jersey who was doing the same kind of work that I do. In many of your states, I'm sure the arts sit in one area and the career tech ed arts sit in a different area. Well, both Dale and myself were responsible for both the visual performing arts and the career tech ed arts in our state, which made it easy for us to speak to one another and also gave us some common challenges that we were able to work through over the years. And so I would like to introduce my colleague, Dale Schmid from New Jersey, to talk a little bit about what arts, media, and entertainment looks like in his state. Dale?
Great, thanks, Jack. Can I get, there we go. Terrific. Start my video. Here we go. We'll get all squared away. Excellent. Can you see me? I still see Jack's picture up on the screen. Anyway, let me launch in.
We see you.
Oh, it's so nice to be seen at so many levels. So thanks, Jack. Yes, Jack and I go back quite a ways because we had such a natural allegiance. I came, like Jack, came from the classroom, but prior to that, I spent about 20 years on the national touring circuit as a dancer, actor, choreographer, and director, and then went to higher ed before having the opportunity to start a career and technical education program in the arts in New Jersey. So that was a startup from the ground up. And the first thing that I was met with was the need for evaluating the effectiveness of instruction and then the competencies of the students. So I quickly came to realize, after having been teaching for several decades, that in terms of, there was a fundamental difference in career and technical education in that it was a competency-based system. And that's one of the things I wanted to underscore why it is so important, and that so much can be learned from the CTE model, because it really is a different instructional paradigm. And by having to, what I mean by a competency-based system is that in my classroom back in the Neolithic age, this goes back 28 years ago when I started that program. If students were employed, if they were working during the school day, that was not considered an absence. And that the success of our programs, as many of you know that are running programs, was based on positive placements and putting kids into career-ready positions. So that meant that I needed to know exactly what the skill sets were of any individual that I had in my classroom. And ultimately that became 200 students with a waiting list of 200. In the event that I got a phone call from a casting agent, which I did regularly, and I had to be able to send the right student out for that job because I wanted that casting agent calling back again. So it quickly dawned on me that this was a competency-based system that was really quite parallel to what happens in the field. Jack mentioned the competitive nature of the arts, and why, and that's part of it, but it's partly why it's such a great fit, because your ability to be continually gainfully employed in the arts is really based on your competencies and ability to draw upon them in real time. So it's really a perfect fit. When I left that program to start, I was at the Department of Education in New Jersey for 22 years, starting in 1999. And originally I was just the arts coordinator. We were also part of a national consortium called SCAS Arts. Sounds like a disease, but it's not. It was the States Collaborative on Assessment and Student Standards, which again was a national consortium that was engaged in building resources for teachers around balanced assessment systems for both applied knowledge and theoretical knowledge. So part of the reason that I was able to work with my colleague at the time, Ann Freeman at the Department of Education, was that we needed a mechanism to try out some of our systems of evaluation. So for 13 years, Ann and I ran a curriculum consortium for CTE arts teachers, as well as developed exit exams, competency exams, both written and performance exit examinations that showed degrees of readiness, which is career readiness, which is what we were involved in having to know on a daily basis. So as a result of that testing program, then we ultimately outsourced that to third parties and ran a exit testing program up until 2012 when we had a change of administration. So the point of that was not just about a test, but to be able to help provide teachers with more tools as to how to evaluate programmatic effectiveness and to support the individual needs of students. And also by taking the approach of using foundational understandings as a tool to drive instruction, it was also a way of looking at the efficacy of instruction. So some of you would like to take a look at more about how we used performance data to drive the allocation of instructional time and focus, I can refer you to an article that I wrote in a national publication called Data Mining, a Systems Approach to Formative Assessment. Again, going back to this idea of a competency-based system, it is really grounded in that. Like Jack said, we are, as a field, quite skilled in teaching people how to act or how to dance or how to build a set or the design principles of, in any of the allied arts areas associated with technical theater or theatrical production and so forth. What we are less attuned to is to have that kind of high level awareness of those individual skills so that we can help those kids leverage that for success. So they also know what they know. So as it turned out, over the years, there was a natural growth in the programs. And I can say later today, you're going to hear from my esteemed former colleague, Shuba Bolero, who is the CTE program coordinator now at the department, a position I held for about 7 years, as well as my arts coordinator's position, teaming up with Anne Frank. At any rate, that's expanded. So now the arts careers clusters, the approved programs of study within the arts career cluster exceed all of the other program clusters combined.
Yeah, it's the awareness of jobs in the creative industry has just really, I think, come to the forefront in education across the country. And I want to introduce someone who has just done an amazing job in California and will continue to do an amazing job. I knew that she was high energy when we met because it took me a while to catch up with her as she spoke, but I had no idea really about what a powerful organizer she was until she came to the department and began building out our industry connections. And so I would like to take this time to introduce one of our hosts today, Allison Frenzel.
Hi, everyone, and thank you, Jack and Dale, for sharing your history and expertise with us. I think it's really important for people to understand that this is not new. It's something that's been around for a very long time, and some states have really caught on and others are catching on. And so I appreciate you both being here today. And thank you, Felicia and ACTE, for hosting and giving us an opportunity to share some information with the field today. So as Jack mentioned, I work with the California Department of Education. I'm going to be super quick. Really, my role today, I will be facilitating 3 of our 4 panels. So I'll be very tired by the end of the day, but you'll get to hear a lot from me. And I really just had a couple closing statements to follow up from Jack and Dale, well, more like opening statements before I introduce the schedule for the day. So one of the things I wanted to say is that the arts are essential and foundational to arts CTE. As Jack mentioned and showed, it's not a competition, it's really a sequenced learning approach that allows for pre-professional training and creative career exploration in public schools, and kids deserve that opportunity. So really, when I started, I was a CTE dance teacher before I came to CDE, and I also was the CTE coordinator for the district. So I really had to fight for that, right? Like a lot of people are like, oh, she's the dance lady, like in the CTE world. And it was never really, we were like the stepchildren. And so I had to really prove, no, this is viable. And as Dale mentioned in his history, that's like true proof. That there are careers in these spaces and that students need to understand that and should be given the opportunity to pursue these possibilities, which are not 4-year college dependent. That's CTE. And so good teaching is CTE. That's always what I said, right? If we want to serve our students, we need to show them that they don't need to divorce their passion from their career pursuits. And so that's really why I'm doing this work. I feel like it's really essential to make sure doors are open, not closed for students, that things are student first, student centered in our approach to CTE. And I wanted to share one little statistic before I introduce the schedule for the day. And I pulled this off of the US Bureau of Industrial Relations, I believe, website. So the US media and entertainment industry is the largest in the world. At $717 billion, it represents a third of the global media and entertainment industry and includes motion pictures, television programs and commercials, streaming content, music and audio recordings, broad radio, publishing, video games, and all kinds of ancillary services and products, and is inclusive of the performing arts, as well as production arts, as well as media arts. And this industry is expected to reach more than $825 billion by 2023, according to the Entertainment and Media Outlook by PricewaterhouseCoopers. So really, by not embracing arts, media, and entertainment career technical education, we're not keeping up with the global economy. We need to prepare students for these jobs. And I just have to say, during COVID, what would we have done without creative content? I mean, it kept us sane, right? So I'm hoping this day will provide insight for people who are like, well, how do we do this? What is the role of industry? We'll provide insight in how to marry creative industry and public education, provide pipeline programs for students in I almost said California public schools, but United States public schools, and really open up some creative thinking around preparing students for jobs of tomorrow. And, a lot of you who know me have heard my rant, like we need to make sure that the national career technical education understanding of this sector aligns with what it is. It is more than just AV tech, right? So this is the time where we share what it can look like. And so our day will be, and I just for time's sake, because I want to give about 2 minutes between panels at least. So our day will be pretty long, and you have the ability to jump in and out as you see fit. We wanted to make this one easy webinar link, but with a variety of slots for a schedule. So our very first panel is going to be called Connecting the Arts to CTE, Arts, Media, and Entertainment, Pathways from Coast to Coast. And this is the Department of Education perspective. So we'll have guests from the New York Department of Education, the New Jersey Department of Education, including this CTE program specialist, and Felicia. David and Kelsey will be joining us from New York, an arts specialist and a CTE specialist. I asked Jack to jump in that panel because I'll be facilitating, and he knows a lot more about the history of CTE and the arts in California. And then our director of CTE in California, Pete Callis, and then Kathy Elena and Richard from Arizona will be joining us, who are in kind of the infancy stages of building this out statewide. So that's our very first panel, and we will drop this agenda in the chat for everybody to have so they can track. Our second panel will be connecting media arts to careers, alternative career pathways in animation, game design, and visual effects. And our panelists will be Arnon Manner, who is the Education Committee Chair for the Visual Effects Society, Jinko Gotu, who's a producer. Arnon is also a producer, but Jinko is the Vice President of Women in Animation, Matthew Waney, who is a teacher at Los Angeles Unified, and Nicole Hendricks, who is the co-founder of the BRIC Foundation. After that, we have connecting music technology to careers, alternative career pathways in audio production and commercial music. Here we have Danielle Collins, who's a CTE music teacher, Laura Clark from the Music Forward Foundation, which is connected to Live Nation, Mike Packer from 1500 Sound Academy, which is connected to Volume Publishing, and Herb Trawick from Pensado's Place. And then finally, connecting production and performing arts to careers, alternative career pathways in production for stage and screen. We have Dejan Ellis, who is an advocate and the chair of the International Education Committee for IATSE, and he is a key grit for Local 80. Kim Hoy, who is a CTE dance educator. Felicia, who is our host today and the president of CTE New Jersey, but also is a theater teacher. Dominic, and I'm saying first names when I feel like I'm going to butcher last names, by the way. Lane, who is an OSHA for Entertainment representative, and Karen Greenfield from USITT. So anyways, that's our day. The schedule, I think we'll drop it in the chat. I think Lauren might have done that. She dropped the event site. Great. Okay, I wasn't watching chat. And with that, we're going to take about a minute break and get our panelists up for our DOE panel. So thank you again for being here. Any last words, Felicia?
Just thank you all so much. Just such a wealth of information. And I think people, hopefully you will feel encouraged by today in whatever realm you are associated with AME. All right, so we'll take that minute break and we will be back with our first panel.
everyone. We're getting started in just a minute. We're waiting. It looks like one of our panelists is actually here through the link, but as a participant. So we're trying to get that squared away right now, and we'll get started in just about 30 seconds here. Panelists, you can go ahead and put your cameras on for this, and we'll just wait to get that ironed out. Lauren, do you have an idea of what's going on with that?
Yep, I'm fixing it right now.
Awesome. Oh, great. And we got Richard joined us. Sweet.
So if you are listed as me, you should be able to rename yourself.
Okay, rename yourself, Richard, because you're definitely not Lauren. And then I think, or did we find Shuba?
I think she's on as me as well. Hopefully she can rename herself and pop in.
Okay, awesome. I think I do see her. So Shuba, can you turn your camera on if that's you and then rename yourself? Oh, nope, that was Richard. Hi, Richard. Trying to, I think we sent our panelist link out to a lot of people, so we will get this squared away. All right, so I'm just making sure I have, oh, there's the gallery. I had everybody in my single speaker view and could only see myself. So we have a couple other, might be some, oh, hi, Roger. I actually would love, you could stay as a panelist. I don't know how that happened because you know, okay. So Lauren, I think we sent our panelists out to some of our partners at other DOEs, link instead. That might be my fault. So you can put Roger in as a participant. And okay. I think we have another Lauren here who might be our panelist. Okay, anyways, we'll figure this out. So hi everybody, thank you all for being here. And Dale and Jack, Dale, I think you're gonna fill in for Shuba here. So if you don't mind popping your camera on, if that's okay, and we will get started. And I'm gonna facilitate this panel today. I'm so appreciative of all these people taking times out of their super busy days to be here and talk really about what CT in the arts looks like in different states from different perspectives and some of the things that we're all working on in sync, some of the history for this and really what you all can get out of this and do moving forward in your respective states.
Hi, Allison. Can you hear me? This is Shuba.
Hi, Shuba. Oh, good. You're here.
Hi. It's been tough, but can you unmute me?
You're unmuted and everybody
okay,
can
great.
You just need to pop your camera on.
Thank you. Thank you.
And rename yourself if you don't mind. Oh, there you are. Excellent. Okay, cool. So Shuba joined us from New Jersey, which is great. And she will be, if you can rename yourself so everyone knows. And maybe if all of our panelists here can throw the respective states and on their names, that would be awesome. So people know who you're representing. So we're going to start out with introductions, fairly quick introductions. This is, we're a little bit into our panel discussion already. So I'm going to kind of power through it and monitor the time for us, but really just kind of start out by telling us who you are and your role at the DOE. And we'll get into like what you do a little bit later as I target different individuals for questions, but yeah, so go ahead and start. And Felicia, you're in this panel. So we have a couple teacher reps that work with the DOE pretty closely in a couple states. So we're going to be talking to them as well today. Tried to bring a teacher into every panel or two. Great. So Jack, I'm going to start just go in order of, and we'll start with California because that's me too. And we'll have Jack and Pete introduce themselves first.
Okay, I'm Jack Mitchell. For 13 years, I was the Arts, Media, and Entertainment Consultant at the California Department of Education. And I'm currently working as an independent consultant in arts, media, and entertainment for AME Consulting LLC. And I will pass it to my former boss and huge AME supporter, Pete Callis.
Good morning, everyone. I am the new CTE director for the state of California. I've been in this position for about a month and a half. Prior to that, I was administrator over the High School Innovations Initiatives Office, where Jack and I worked together and teamed up on AME for about 6 years. And he's passed the torch over to Allison now. So Allison and I work together on AME. And as Jack said, I'm a big supporter of these programs. Thank you for having me here today.
Thanks, Pete. And we'll hop over to Arizona. We'll go from west to east. How's that? So, Kathy, why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Kathy Raymond. I'm the State Director for Career and Technical Education in Arizona. I've been in this position for 4 years. Prior to that, I was a local CTE director for 17 years. And I was also a CTE teacher. I taught early childhood education. So welcome.
Thank
And
you.
I'll move it over to Elena Sabampo. Elena, you want to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Good morning. Thank you, Kathy. My name is Elena Sabampo, and I am the program specialist for business and marketing education and communication media technologies at the Arizona Department of Education. I've been an educator for 23 plus years in different capacities, from teaching, all the above, and wearing a CT director hat as well. So I'm very excited to be here and continue this conversation. So I'll pass it over to Rich.
Hi, Richard Maxwell. I'm in Arizona, in Phoenix at Arcadia High School. I developed and run what we call the Creative Musical Arts and Sciences program there. And I'm just very grateful to be here to lend my voice in any way I can, and particularly grateful to Kathy and Elena, who are continually far nicer to me than I probably deserve, and supportive of all the craziness that goes on in my classroom on a daily basis.
Excellent. Thank you. And we'll move to New Jersey. So Shuba, do you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Shuba Bolero. I work with Department of Education. I'm in charge of the Arts AV Technology, what we call Arts AV Technology and Journalism Broadcasting cluster. I do other things at CTE office because we're extremely short-staffed and we just love working. So we continue doing many things there. But I'm very excited to be here and meeting all of you and continuing this wonderful work. Thank you. Dale?
Great, thanks, Shuba. I'm Dale Schmid. I'm the former Visual and Performing Arts Coordinator for the New Jersey Department of Education. I was there for 22 years. 7 of those years, I was also the official liaison from the Office of Standards to the Office of Career and Technical Education. Unofficially, that relationship never changed. My dear colleague, who was Shuba's predecessor, Ann Freeman, and I ran a curriculum consortium for CTE dance and theater teachers for 13 years, and especially helping them to understand how to use assessment data to drive the instructional focus and allocation of time and focus. And we developed exit exams, written and performance exit exams, and so forth. In more recent years, since Ann's passing, Shuba and I had the great privilege of working together, and just as an extraordinary colleague. So long history there, and I'm here as Shuba's backup. So because I've got all that collective history. So again, delighted to be here. Thrilled to see CTE finally getting its due and taking the spotlight, because having been a professional dancer and actor for several decades, touring nationally for several decades, this is so closely parallel. The CTE model is so closely parallel to the reality of what's in the industry that it should be just an absolute no-brainer that everybody have a proliferation of these programs.
Thank you so much.
That's my opinion, of course.
Thank you. So we're going to move over to New York for our partners at the New York DO. Oh, sorry, Felicia. You're
Felicia.
Sorry, my co-host.
Hey, everyone. So I'm Felicia Latoya Brown. I've been president of CTE ANJ for all of 15 days. I have been a CTE theater teacher for 3 years at Trenton Central High School. And before that, for 15 years, I've taught multiple subjects because I was at a private school. So, and I'm just thankful to have you all here with us today. And New York, which is where I was born, so yay.
Good morning, colleagues. Sunny hello for a change from the city of Albany, New York. My name is David Seligman. I'm the Associate in Instructional Services for the Arts. So that's visual art, media art, music, theater, and dance in the Office of Curriculum and Instruction here at the New York State Education Department. I provide technical support and content expertise in all of those areas. And I'm thrilled to pass the baton over to my colleague in the Office of CTE, Kelsey Roman.
Thank you, David. Hi, everyone. My name is Kelsey Roman, and I am the Assistant in Instructional Services for the Office of Career and Technical Education at the NYSED. And my job is primarily to work with our approved programs in the Arts, AV, Technology, and Communications cluster. Prior to my position here, which started just before the pandemic, I spent a decade in the classroom as a CTE teacher. So I'm so excited to be here with you today and with good company. Thank you.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. And I want to encourage the audience to drop any questions for the panel in the Q&A. We have about 40 minutes to dive into some of these topics. So it'll probably just be the start of a much longer conversation. And so if you drop questions in that we don't address, we can always address those with ACTE and make sure you get your answers. So I just wanted to say that up front. So my first question is really for a representative from each of our states, to discuss the intersection between the arts and CTE in your state. And it was interesting because I wrote this question out, and how do you refer to the sector, right? Like that's a big thing. And I don't know who I was talking to about this yesterday. I think it was Shuba actually. She's like, that's really interesting that you wrote that question. And so I'm going to actually start with you, Shuba, if that's okay. And just, if you don't mind discussing the intersection between the arts and CTE in your state, and what are some of the maybe challenges that you've seen over the years, and also what you call your sector there in New Jersey?
So the second part is really easy. So I'll start with that. In New Jersey, we call this arts, audio, video technology, and journalism broadcasting. It's a very long title to start off. So I've been thinking, I've been here now with the department for about 7-8 years, how to shorten that, make it short and more appropriate. And I haven't come up with anything, so I'm still sitting on it. And I would love to hear everybody's opinion on that. What are the challenges? I think the good thing is that when Dale was there, unfortunately has left us, but when Dale was there, the partnership is extremely important, I think. So if you're able to work with your partners at the DOE, Department of Education, or in the schools for each of the pathways, I think that to me has been extremely helpful. It's not always easy. It's really pulling your hair out sometimes, but having a partner like Dale was really very beneficial for me, because we would bounce off ideas. What do you think of this? What would you think of that? And we had some great lunches because of that. So that's always good. But it's been a bit of a challenge. I wish it was easier. There was something easier we could do. And I'm actually, because of that, absolutely loving this idea of being able to do this today. And I really hope, and I said this in my office already, I really hope we can continue doing this at least once a year, maybe even twice. Maybe we can break it down in different sectors, maybe performing arts separately, visual separately, perhaps in future. But I think meeting like this, meeting of minds, meeting of sharing ideas, I think is extremely beneficial to all of us. That kind of answers your question.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
thank you. Yeah, and one of the things you said to me yesterday really resonated, and this might be something I'm going to pass over to Arizona to think about, because they also probably have a similar obstacle. Shuba and I had a conversation yesterday really talking about how this, with Perkins 5, states are defining priority sectors. We have this situation in California that's really regionally bound. And California is a huge state. And so we see that happening here too. And sometimes the people defining those priority sectors are omitting media and entertainment as a priority sector. And that's something as CTE that presents a very large obstacle, I think, in a lot of states, but also in a lot of local regions to really getting behind programs. So Kathy, I'm going to bounce this question to you, if you don't mind, and just to discuss kind of how you looked at that and dealt with it in Arizona. And I just want to really also note, Shubha made an excellent point. Partnership is key. Collaboration is essential. We're all here because we have that luxury, right? And we work together. So I just wanted to thank you for mentioning that, Shubha. And Kathy?
Yes, just to give a little history about Arizona. About 20 years ago, the four-year universities required a fine arts credit, but not a CTE credit. So students were being pulled out of their CTE programs to take a fine arts credit. And that started a little bit of a silo there. There was also, I want to call it the jealousy that the CTE programs had extra funding that the arts programs did not. As a CTE group, we worked really hard in looking at some of the programs that the arts had to see if those would count for fine arts credit. The four-year universities, if you petition to your university, your program could be considered a fine arts for their entrance. Since that time, CTE now, it's CTE or a fine arts credit. But along the way, as a local director, I was tasked at looking at all the transcripts in one high school. And it was very obvious that we had CTE students who had their pathway, and those in the arts definitely were in that strong pathway. So I'm really excited about this when Dustin Lohr, our arts director in Arizona, contacted me, because those students have that passion, but we want them to be also career ready. So we're just taking baby steps. Some of our CTE programs are part of the Arizona Arts Seal. We have great teachers like Richard, who's been in the forefront of really pushing this. One of our challenges is looking at our labor market data, because in Arizona right now, the arts are not real high when we look at that. So one of the tasks I have is to, when we meet with our Office of Economic Opportunity, is to look at those areas a little bit differently. But currently, we call them media communications technology. We have some plans for maybe some changes. So hopefully next year we'll have some announcements on how we've changed and collaborated more with our arts team.
Thank you so much, Kathy. And you made a really great point about graduation requirements, which I think is something I'm going to toss to Pete Callis, because that is something that he's worked really hard on over the years and has interfaced with arts and CTE experts in terms of like how to roll this out in the state and make both important and viable. And graduation requirements came up in a conversation. So Pete, do you want to talk a little bit about how that supported the growth of CTE and arts in California for arts, media, and entertainment programs, since you're kind of the graduation expert?
Anything high school, I guess, right? Yeah. So yeah, we have the same situation that you described for Arizona. We had a bill passed a number of years ago that allowed for CTE to be a graduation requirement in place of fine arts or foreign language. And so students have taken advantage of that. It was a 5-year bill that passed, and they've actually extended it another 5 years because it's really assisted students with fulfilling their graduation requirements. And now we have teachers that are in the arts that are looking at getting their CTE credentials in the arts. And so we're working with our credentialing department here in the state to figure out how we can transition more teachers to get their CTE credentials and move over to the CTE side of the house, along with continuing to teach in the arts programs too. So it's made a difference for us. It's made a difference for our students here in the state, and it's allowed our arts, media, and entertainment industry sector to grow. So also we're looking at priority industry sectors. we're trying to align with our community colleges, and they're actually going to a priority industry sector model and looking at it by region. So we're trying to see how we're going to align to that and work with them to align our standards also.
I'd like to go back to a minute to the regional economy conversation that Kathy was talking about, and just say that that's been an ongoing conversation in California. We have a lot of rural areas, and those folks say it's not a high priority for us. But what I would say is, in reality, if we look at it outside of the data, in reality, all of your students deserve an opportunity to follow their passion.
Mhm.
If their passion is not in their regional economy, they shouldn't be discouraged from following that passion because of where they live. Arizona, I mean, a great example, Steven Spielberg is from Arizona. He didn't come from an area where there was a strong regional economy in entertainment, and yet look where he's gone. And so I think that when you break it down and look at what do our kids need, which is where we're all supposed to be coming from, all of them deserve the opportunity to follow their passion. And if that passion is in the arts, there should be a career preparation program in their area that they can take advantage of.
And Jack and everybody here has heard me on my soapbox with this conversation, and I'm gonna talk. I want to go back to the credentialing comment Pete made and kind of bounce that to New York because they have a different certification protocol. So think about that. But Jack made an excellent point. And this is something that the entertainment industry is not regionally bound, period. It is an international economy. They hire remotely. There is no regional boundaries to that economy. And this is my soapbox. Equity and access to high quality CTE should not be restricted based on where you live. And that's something that it is an equity issue because you're just born in a place, right? Like that's not something that should say, oh, well, you're born. Jack and I always use like the northern rural county in Modoc County. Doesn't mean you're just going to be able to take a forestry class because that's what's in your region, right? So we want to make sure that our CTE programs nationally align with the industry, which is international and working remotely. And so that's something that's kind of a paradigm shift in CTE and something that is not necessarily very welcomed by all, let's just say, but I'm passionate about that point. So I wanted to hone in on that, Jack. And New York, one of the things Pete mentioned is credentialing. So in California, and we have an actual designated subjects credential for all 15 industry sectors there's one specifically for arts, media, and entertainment, and you can submit your industry experience and 3 hours or a combination of 3,000 hours between industry, education, and teaching, or all industry, and you can get that credential with a high school diploma. And that's been a very interesting shift in our credentialing and allowed and opened doors for a lot of teachers to get dual credentialed in CTE because most of our arts teachers work in industry. They're either doing community theater or real theater, or they have that experience. So it's really allowed there to be a marriage here. So in New York, what does that look like? What does credentialing look like? And has that opened doors or prevented closed doors? Or if you could just talk on that a little bit.
Sure. So we actually have a couple different areas of credentialing. We have classroom titles, which are generally for people who have gone through a teacher preparation program and have had that traditional pathway of, I want to go to college to become a teacher, and then we can select what area from. So whether that be visual arts, dance, theater, technology education can teach some media arts courses. Depending on which area they go through, they can become certified through that pathway. We also have CTE titles, and we do have a number of CTE titles under the arts, AV, technology, and communications area that are much more specific and are meant to take people from industry who want to then turn around and teach and get them through a pathway to certification. So they have industry experience. Maybe they don't have teaching experience, but that might be part of the certification process as they go through those different Trans A initial professional certification steps to get them into the classroom from industry. So in our CTE arts areas, they have commercial art, media communications, dance music, which is our more of our music side of things. So we do have very specific pathways for people coming from the field, coming from industry and wanting to get into the classroom.
And Richard, I see your, David, before I go to Richard, do you have anything to add to that? Sorry.
Kelsey did a wonderful job. So no, yep. I don't. I will just make the point that was made earlier about collaboration and communication, and all these wonderful things that are so vital and are things that I think as a teacher, we want to be modeling in general for our students and our colleagues. And I think, you know, one of the things that I really appreciate, both Kelsey and I are new to the department and new during kind of a bizarre year, but our collaboration is exciting because it's like, if we can do it, then anyone could do it, right? And you know what I mean? Like, it's like if we're modeling the exact kind of collaboration between fine arts and CTE arts and thinking about ways that we can open up opportunities for students and value both of those creative experiences as equals, I think that's awesome. So just wanted to put that out there.
Awesome. And I see Richard's wheels turning over there.
And if I could jump in right before Richard, in Arizona, we do have a way, if a teacher is already certified in another area with 240 hours of industry experience, and taking some CTE courses, they can move over to that. Most of our arts come under industrial and emerging technologies. We do have a couple that are in the family and consumer sciences, but I just wanted to put that out there. And Richard, sorry for butting in.
I was actually typing a response to a question about the engineering related thing. For what it's worth and all, and I have a unique perspective here, because I'm sort of in the trenches, as it were, but also just because I tend to have a weird perspective in any conference I seem to be a part of. I think that to some extent, a lot of it has to do with just, you know, we're talking about pathways and labeling things. And I think it's important, but from the teacher perspective, at least from mine, I think it's about pathway to what. And I think this idea of letting students explore their passions, I think is a big part of it. I think that the other problem beyond anything else can be that for teachers, this can be terrifying in some ways, because the number of teachers that I have that will come to me and say, this is really cool, I have no way of doing it, or I don't know how to implement it into my current program. You know, a music teacher who's got a band, a choir, an orchestra is going, yeah, I want to do this. How do I do this? You know, or having them see the need for it, I think is a big part of it. I also sometimes wonder if when we get caught up in the labels, which I know are they're necessary, but you know, I think it's just, you know, what's good for the kid. And I know that sounds very sort of overblown and everybody says that, but at the end of the day, you know, I think that's part of it. And I think it goes both directions. The biggest compliment I've gotten is that when I switched from being totally just fine arts into this sort of living in both worlds thing, was keeping that comment that I would get from parents of, this was the program or this was the class that got my kid through high school. And by maintaining that, you know, that's part of it too, I think, especially the arts side of this partnership. I think it goes both directions, but you know, being able to say to a kid, that thing you love, it's not chasing a rabbit down a hole, there's actually a future in it. That's huge.
And I would say that academic art students have pretty much been on their own once they graduate from college to figure it out, so to speak, about how they get into the industry, how they make a living as an artist. And they deserve the same career preparation that students who are in engineering or agriculture are getting in terms of what does the industry really look like? What can you expect to earn? Where can you expect to work? How do you meet people? How do you network? Those things are essential in the arts because they are so highly competitive. And so I think it's time for us to stop leaving those students on their own to figure it out and prepare them at the high school level.
Allison,
Elena, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Richard was talking about. And then there was also a question in the chat about how do you create some partnerships that can be conducive to, providing opportunities for students in the media arts and holding hands with CTE. And Arizona is currently working with a cohort of teachers that we just put together, actually from teachers from different parts of the state, keeping in mind the rural areas as well as inner city. And we're having these conversations about how can we reach out to the CTE side over to the media side, the communication media side, and vice versa, and start having these conversations to break some of these barriers. And some of the examples are some of the media teacher or the CTE teachers are creating academic integration opportunities for some of the media teachers to come into CTE classrooms and actually get to see that they're actually teaching a lot of the same things, and that students in a lot of cases are in both programs. They're going to be in your media arts, and they're also going to be in a CTE class. And what are those opportunities, as Jack was talking about, that those students also should have at their fingertips, like certifications and credentials and those kinds of pieces that are really opening the eyes at the teacher level and seeing that at the end of the day, it's about that student and those opportunities that those students should have, and they're not getting because we are not having these conversations and we're not seeing eye to eye on, we should be one and the same, and students should have those opportunities, whether they're in CTE or they're in the media arts. So I just wanted to share that we're so excited to see the work that this cohort is actually doing. And we hope to continue to move it forward and grow this group so that we can continue to have more of those conversations and more just actually realizing that they do have the experience, so they could actually pursue their CTE certification to become a CTE program at their campus and be able to offer more to their students.
And I want to piggyback on that, Elena, and Pete, I'm going to ping you in this, because one of the things you mentioned is the certification piece. And a lot of the times we're hard up in California specifically, it's like creative industry does not care about a certification. It is a portfolio-based or audition-based hiring protocol. And there are certifications in the arts that are software proficiencies, which is great. Like the more software proficient you are, the better chance you have in a lot of this, especially the media arts connected career pathways. But something we're doing and we'll be talking about in depth is the development of actual registered youth apprenticeship programs in both federally and in the state of California to open these doors. And we are working with an army of creative industry to build this, because this is not, and we have to tap into industry. I think in education, and Jack mentioned this, but I think in education, we always work backwards. It's like, hey, industry, validate what the cool stuff we're doing. And my approach has always been, hey, industry, what should we be doing to make sure kids are prepared for careers? So Pete, if you don't mind talking a little bit about this idea of a registered apprenticeship program and kind of the way California is approaching this for youth ages 16 to 24, that would be great.
So one of the things we've done is we started this with, we started pre-apprenticeship programs in the construction trades, and we worked with a national organization to develop the standards and the curriculum that we're using for construction trades. And I have 400 partnership academies across the state. And what they are is integrated curriculum between CTE and then their general ed courses. So we've built out these academies. It's the longest standing, most successful program in the state of California for education. They've been around for over 35 years. Graduation rates are high. College going rates are super high in these programs. And so as we built these construction trades out, I approached Jack about, what was it, Jack, three years ago. And we started talking about AME and how can we build out AME. And I'm on the statewide task force for apprenticeships. So I'm the lone one there for K-12 education. Everybody else is there from industry. But I've got a few folks on this task force that were AME based, arts and entertainment media based. And they were excited about this. Our problem was breaking into the unions that we had to get to partner with us on this. And a lot of them don't like to hear apprenticeship. They want to hear it labeled as something else. But we've actually had some inroads. We started with 4 pilot programs, for arts programs to be pre-apprenticeship or youth apprenticeship based. And now we're up to 6 of them and growing. And now they're looking at us with actually some funding that we could possibly use to build these programs out. So it's not all coming from my budget, but it's coming from the apprenticeship world budgets. And they've gotten some grants that they're going to assist us with. So we're slowly building this out, but we're being very careful to not blow it up too quick. And so it's working. And we're going to look at other industry sectors as we move forward. But it started with construction, now looking at arts, media, and entertainment, and growing from there. And it's popular. We've gotten some pushback from some parents thinking we're trying to pigeonhole their kids into something, but we're showing them that it's actually college going. If they want to go to college, they can do that through these programs.
Thanks, Pete. Yeah, and just so the audience here knows, actually all 3 of the panels have my core industry partners in this work presenting and talking about that. And so if you're interested in learning more about the arts, media, and entertainment apprenticeship development and what that looks like, there are going to be a discussion for animation, game design, and visual effects, and then audio production and commercial music. In those 2 conversations, we'll be discussing that a little bit more in depth. And then in our last panel today that Felicia will be facilitating, we'll have our union partners here to discuss on what our training program can look like based on their obstacles with calling things an apprenticeship. So that's also going to be shared. So we do have it's 9:43, and I know this was a lot of people on this panel, so I'm really appreciative of all of the panelists contributing in the chat. I like that. Like, that's a way for you to be heard and say what you need to say and share your expertise. So please don't hesitate to do that. I'm going to shift to the Q&A now. And there are a bunch of New Jersey specific questions. I believe that there's a lot of ACTE New Jersey folks here today. So I'm going to go ahead and just power through these. And I think a lot of the New Jersey questions will be applicable to other states trying to get into this space. So graduation requirements in New Jersey, what does that look like? And is it inclusive of either arts or CTE? Is that something that you can speak to, Shuba or Dale or Felicia?
Shuba, you want to take that one or you want me to?
Go ahead, because I think you can do the graduation better than I can. Go ahead.
Okay, so the graduation requirements come out of the Office of Standards. That's why Shuba's tossing the ball to me, and they're also embedded in administrative code. So the short answer is both. We have separate graduation requirements for the visual and performing arts, which is a 1-year requirement, 5 days a week, 42 minutes a day, and that, or its equivalent for those that are doing semester turnaround kinds of structures or other similar models. And we also have a separate 1-year, 5-credit course, same formula for career and technical education. Actually, it's what we used to term practical arts. So that could be business, it could be agriculture, it could be CTE, it could be any number of finances, any number of those areas that fall in that broader umbrella. How'd I do, Shuba?
Very good. So I'll just add to that and say that when I'm looking at applications that are coming for any of the arts cluster, what I'm looking for are standards that Dale just mentioned, which are student standards and also the CTE standards. So they will be using both the standards in their classrooms.
And that's, really the way we built our standards in California for career tech ed, which are going to be updated in 2022, pending all of the things Pete has to do to get that going. Fingers crossed, because they're very old and it's 2021 right now. Anyways, we all agree though. We definitely built a model for CTE that is the art standards are the foundation. They're embedded. They're integrated. We have brand new art standards in the state of California. So as Jack showed in the very beginning of this, the arts are essential to high quality arts, media, and entertainment CTE. Think of it like the prereq. Like, how do you go into career depth of career exploration without a foundational understanding of your subject area, right? And so that is not to be dismissed, the importance of that. And just for time's sake, I think that might have answered one of the questions in the chat. There are a lot of questions. And so thank you for being really succinct there, Dale and Shuba. I'm going to go to Alina's question. And Alina, I think I might have answered this. So I'm going to just answer this quickly again. Her question was, I've been told that arts aren't a high priority in our state for CTE. And Roger in Missouri, you also, I think we've had this conversation. Because it's not a sector that's noted as needing more skilled employees. Well, let me tell you, our international industry partners, especially in animation, game design, and visual effects, will beg to differ, and you will hear from them later. It is a very high need sector, and they can't find skilled employees on emerging technologies. And that's our job, and that's why they're working with high schools, right? So anyways, I think there's some mythology that, again, around regional viability. When an industry is an international industry, it is not bound by region. And I am going to drop in the response to Alina's question, the link to the statistics that I shared out this morning for those of you that weren't here around the media and entertainment economy in the United States and internationally. So that is now in her responses. Okay, question. I'm gonna go to, okay, so there was another Perkins related question to that. And do any of my other state leads want to address this? What about Perkins? And maybe Kathy, this one might be good for you since you're like neck deep in this stuff, or Pete, because you guys are both directors. But what about Perkins? Does it require pathways to be based on your local needs assessment, or is there a national need option? Do either of you know the answer to that question?
Well, for Perkins 5, all districts or LEAs are to do a comprehensive local needs assessment. Right. And I think this is really interesting. I really like that idea about a national need and not just a regional. So this is something that I've made notes about. I think we need to look at in a different light to include that, because we want to be all inclusive, and we can't be all inclusive in CTE unless we have that opportunity for all students to especially get those skills to become employed. That's the main thing. You know, the end goal is a career that can sustain a student. So, you know, I made a note to crosswalk, you know, look at our elements of an approved program in CTE, and then crosswalk it. Most of the elements of an approved program are already in the arts. There are just a few things like our professional skills that we have, which are, we call them professional skills. Some states call them workplace skills, a few of those, but all the other things, the hands-on, the work-based learning, all are involved in the arts.
Allison, maybe this becomes an issue that we take up when it comes to policies that ACTE then addresses on their higher level, because especially coming out of the pandemic, we have seen how much can be done still being in your location, and yet you're doing work from all, like, that could be anywhere. So there might, who knows, there might be a shift when it comes to maybe looking at the next version of Perkins that comes out.
Oh yeah, and I see he's here. I don't know, he's in our next panel, but I'm definitely, like, I have 2 producers that are hiring internationally, and they're all located in the United States, you know, and so there's no boundary. We learned about that. There's no boundaries with virtual, and everybody can work remotely. So why are we locking people into this archaic system? I mean, that's my big question. But anyways, that's, again, a soapbox. I sent a rant to our ACTE friends yesterday about this very topic. So one of the other questions here, I think, you know, California is unique too, right? Like, this is, a lot of these places are here, and so we don't have that obstacle as much as other states. But I know I definitely know that it's an issue. Okay, so let me get through. I think, oh gosh, we're doing okay with time. Okay, so
the pandemic, I wanted to say the pandemic has really really done a couple things in terms of industry connection for people in all areas. Okay, California, everything used to be local, and so you had to have a studio in your area in order to have a industry connection. But with the pandemic, so many AME folks, industry folks, have stepped up, and their virtual programs are available to students anywhere. Music Forward, who you're going to hear from, I mean, they had weekly conversations during the pandemic, career-focused conversations with professional artists that were open to anyone from, I mean, you could be in Butte, Montana, and connecting with someone who worked in the music industry in Los Angeles and New York City.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. That's very true. And you will be hearing from these people today to kind of deep dive into that, which is great. Okay, so there's a question here. There's a lot of questions. One of the things I want to mention, if you are putting questions in the chat, we're not looking at that, so please drop them into the Q&A. I think these questions are going to give us, like, there's been interest in doing this, as Shubha mentioned, as a more kind of series based, discussion, and maybe we're going to explore that with some of these questions, because I think some of these questions are deep dive questions that we can come back and discuss even through maybe a podcast or something. I don't know. I love making more work for all of us, so you're welcome. Those who know me know I do that well. Anyways, okay, right, Pete?
Don't worry, I'll pull her back when we need to. I have reins.
There's no pulling her back.
He knows. And my favorite line for Pete is, the world doesn't, or CTE specifically, or the government doesn't move at the speed of Allison. I will always remember that because it's very true. Okay, so with fine arts being foundational to CTE arts, do your states allow CTE funding? Ooh, we have an answer, of course, in California for this, but I want to see if other states do first, because Jack and I can answer this all day. Okay, and Pete, with fine art being foundational to CTE arts, do your states allow CTE funding towards courses that are considered fine arts, painting, acting, drawing, or do they only fund courses deemed CTE? So do any other states have any comments on that?
I can answer that for the state of New Jersey and say that over the years, I have found that the demand, more than demand, I would say the way the CTE is constructed, CTE or Perkins programs are constructed, especially under Perkins 5 agenda, is that there's really not much room for typical fine art courses such as painting, drawing, etc. So the only visual arts that we are supporting at this point are related to either graphic design, film, those kind of more technology infused arts programs, not your traditional, which is what I grew up with, not the traditional drawing, ceramics. We're not doing any of that, unfortunately. So I'd love to hear what everyone else has to say about that.
Right. In Arizona, there's only certain programs that we fund. And
based on what?
Based on the requirements to be an approved CTE program. We haven't looked, I know Richard has done some crosswalking between the arts and some of our CTE programs, but most of them are more, we have digital photography, animation, communication media, the graphic design, Elena.
Film and TV production, music
TV
and audio.
production. So those are the ones that we fund and support because they come under approved CTE programs. Some of them are, animation is another one.
Mm-hmm. Digital animation.
So it's not to say that in the future we won't look at more, but currently those are the ones that that we have on our list that are approved.
So Jack and people had to do a lot of work in this space. There's another question in the chat around introductory courses. We have 11 sub-pathways in California, inclusive of all the fine arts, and did that crosswalking when we built our CTE standards. And so in California, It's all about the way you code your courses and how you embed high quality CTE into your course. That determines your funding. So if you're teaching in a fine arts intro course that's coded as an intro to CTE in that discipline, you can receive CTE funding as long as you're embedding the career awareness exploration training and preparation throughout the course of your pathway sequence. And in California, your pathway it needs to be 300 hours to be complete. And as I had mentioned earlier, the work Jack did made sure that the art standards were integrated into our CTE standards as a baseline for all of the disciplines. And then we built high quality CTEs to supplement and make that viable. So Jack, is there something you wanted to add to that?
The other thing is in the California State Plan for Career Technical Education, and that's been revised a couple times since I've been there. An essential piece of funding with Perkins, or in California, we have additional CTEIG funds, is the teacher being CTE credentialed. So if you can demonstrate that that teacher has valid industry experience, that their curriculum is aligned to the AME standards as well as the VAP Visual Performing Arts standards, and you have a strong career component, you can fund it with Perkins or CTEIG funds.
So we have a lot of questions we're not going to get to, and we have 2 minutes. I am, because of my day, I'm going to try and build in a 2-minute break between panels. So what I wanted to do in our audience here, and I see some of our other panelists are popping up. Hi, Jinko. Hi, Arnon. Hi, Nicole. We're gonna just open up to any last conversation or thought with this panel before we take a little 2-minute break. Any final thoughts? And people in the audience, your questions are amazing. We are going to get to these. We will send out, I will work with Felicia and ACTE to make sure that we respond to these in writing and send up a follow-up to our panel, our participants. Any final thoughts or words?
I just want to make a comment that I find that with Perkins 5, and this is for really all of the audience, Perkins 5 tends to have more restrictions on how the funding is distributed under Perkins 5. And it's, at least the way we are working in New Jersey, we're really examining it under a microscope, if you will, to make sure that it's high wage, high scale, it has the credentials. We are really examining it very closely, which makes it difficult for some of our programs to run smoothly or be able to be accepted as a CTE program. I don't know how everyone else is feeling, but that's one of the things that has changed in the last 2 years.
Pete, did our state plan do something to open doors in California that maybe other states don't have? 'Cause I feel like our Perkins 5 plan didn't restrict, but maybe that's because we have a large creative economy.
It was less restrictive than Perkins 4, but I haven't been able to. I didn't work on it because it was finished by the time I came on, so I'll have to review it. But I know that I think they said that it was less restrictive.
And I think, in thinking about it, and looking at our labor market data, which we'll get a new set in September, I think we'll pay more attention to the arts. In the past, we've kind of overlooked them. So in our state plan, it's anything that is, has that presence on our labor market data. And if we consider it, ranked high enough. So I think there's ways, we're not real prescriptive. We wrote our Perkins 5 plan to be, I don't want to say vague, but flexible in how we interpret it on our level. So it's a good, some good things to look at come September.
Yeah, thank you all. Okay, everyone. Well, I'm going to shut this down and we're going to take a 2-minute break until our next panel. And like I said, a lot of the topics brought up here will be addressed by industry partners in this space, international, who are working internationally and might be based in California, but that is not necessarily where their work is based. So I think they will be able to kind of bring in a different perspective to this conversation, and we appreciate everyone being here, and we will Lauren, we can save these questions, right? I think
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, sweet. So we're going to save these questions and find a way to get you your answers to the best of our ability. So all right, excellent. Thank you, panelists. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank
having
you.
us.
Thank you,
Bye.
everyone. Have a great day.
And
Bye-bye.
We'll be
Bye.
back in a minute here.
Bye, everyone. Thanks.
Allison, are you still on? Took a minute.
I am, but I just have to go run to the restroom.
Oh, I just wanted to say thank you so much for considering us and for keeping an open invitation to your AME meetings, because those have been extremely helpful for us to continue the work in Arizona. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, no, I appreciate you guys. And I've been sending Dustin all kinds of stuff about CTE dance, so we need to follow up, you and I specifically, because you came to our coalition meeting and I would love to pick your brain. So we'll talk soon.
Absolutely. Thank you, Allison. Have a great one.
Okay, and I'm going to jump off, Allison, but we need to connect sometime in the next couple of weeks too about the USITT project.
Thanks so much for being here, Dale. It's so good to see you.
My pleasure, as always. Of course, it's you, Allison. Just call me. Of course, it's a yes. All right, great start. Have a great rest of the day.
All right. Bye, Dale.
Bye, Shuba. See you, Jack.
All right, everyone. We'll start in about 2 minutes. Roger, you're there. We're just doing this one Zoom link here. Oh, Lauren, can you bring Matt up to panelist? Matthew Waney.
Yeah, figure it out in a sec.
Awesome.
Yeah, I would say there's a couple more Laurens over in the attendees, so I'm not sure if those are panelists.
Well, I think what happened is we sent out a link through C-Day, and remember when my link wasn't working? I think I might have accidentally sent the panelists link to go out to all of C-Day. So we might have a bunch of DOE people in the Roger's saying yes, I did that. So we might have a bunch of Laurens that are not panelists. Right now, I have so don't worry about bringing the Laurens up, because
I bring the Laurens back.
Yeah, send the Laurens back. Right now we have in our next panel, Jinko, Arnon, Nicole, and Matt, and me as the facilitator. I think I'm saying that properly.
Also, if you are a Lauren in the attendee, please, you can go ahead and change your name. You have the ability to do that, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, Stairs, that's my fault. I sent you the panelist link. I was gonna put you all on camera. Okay, and so the other thing is, I know everyone can hear us, which is totally fine. Yeah, that's it. We've got Nicole, Matt, Jinko, and Arnon, and they're all on board. And then Dijon's on one of our panels later, but he's here just to be a listener and join, so he can stay here. Matt, when you're in the audience, do you see panelists who have their cameras off or only cameras on?
I only saw about the last 20 minutes. So I saw about 8 people. So I don't know if there were supposed to be more than that visual.
No, I have it in a setting where it says like you don't show non-video participants. So people who have their videos off are good to go.
Great. Okay, cool. Hey, team. Long time to see or talk.
Every day this week. I know.
I missed you so much last week. we're making up for it. Oh my goodness. Sweet. All right. So a lot of the, just so the panelists know the structure of the day, it's all one Zoom link, but people are going to come and go based on which, what their content area and what our topics are. And so we want to give the audience a chance to kind of switch out. And I saw some of you were able to kind of hear our Department of Ed perspective and heard a little bit about what I was kind of going into, which was very interesting, right, Jinko? I don't know if you heard all. So I'm gonna pivot a little bit and get our, like, what does the economy and the entertainment industry look like, and how does the workforce work, right? Like, it's very different than it's not regionally bound, and so we're gonna kind of dive into that a little bit. All right, audience, we'll get started in just a second here. I want to stay as close to on time as possible because each panel is only an hour. So I just ran and refilled my water. Actually, I'm going to do that right now, and I will be right back. All right, great. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. Those of you who are in the audience, please use the Q&A feature today, and that way we'll kind of start diving into questions about 15 minutes towards the end of our panel discussion. I am honored to introduce, I'm going to shut my door because my dogs are making noise. I am honored to introduce my team of partners here in the panel called Connecting Media Arts to Careers. And this panel is going to dive into the work that we've all been doing together collaboratively in the establishment of viable alternative pathways for high school students, especially those in communities that are under-resourced, Title I schools, and places where the arts are not as viable as options in their school experience. And so this team of amazing humans has been working with me to build not only a registered youth apprenticeship in this space, but also curriculum, resources, mentorships, basically a pipeline directly from high school into creative industry for those students that's their path. So I'm going to just start with introductions so that they know who you are. And this is a good time. I want you to really, you're all so amazing. And so just tell the audience here what you do and what your role is and how, why you're here basically with me. And I'll call on you. We'll start with you, Matt. I'm just going to go around.
Hello, everybody. I'm Matthew Waney. I teach in Los Angeles Unified. I teach animation and a video production pathway. I've been teaching for over 20 years. Have worked in the film industry, primarily as a screenwriter. But my role here is really to be the coordinator to bring all these groups together, whether it is the unions, whether it is the studios, the game design companies, the VFX companies, as well as community colleges, so that we can sort of see what does the industry need and how do we start getting that, building it all the way from middle school all the way up to high school to get students engaged in that. I've written curriculum, I've written grants, so just sort of bringing all this together. I'm really excited to be a part of this team.
Excellent. Thanks, Matt. Jinko?
Thank you, Allison. My name is Jinko Goto. I am a producer of animated feature films. I have been working in the industry for over 30 years. I also serve as Vice President for Women in Animation. We are an advocacy group advocating for gender justice, as well as getting representation within our industry. And what we have learned over the years is that you have to be really a person of privilege to be able to attend animation art programs. These four-year programs could be anywhere up to $200,000 to get the education in order to work into the workspace. So I have joined as part of Women in Animation, this group to find alternative pathways so that we can have better representation in the industry, which is very much needed. And this is something that Hollywood as an industry has been backing for a while. And it is an opportunity that can really change storytelling, visual storytelling, and make an impact to a better world. So thank you for having me here today.
Thanks, Jinko. Arnon.
Hi, good morning, everybody. My name's Arnon Manna. I, like many people on this panel, wear several hats. My day job is I'm vice president of visual effects production at Sony Pictures. So I manage the visual effects on the studio titles. My background is as a visual effects artist. So over almost 30 years of experience, starting off as an artist in Europe, and had the privilege of kind of moving around the world, from New Zealand to France to North America, and then kind of went up the chain and got to the position that I am now. So some of the way that I approach not only my job but also all these initiatives that we're doing is from somebody who sat on a box, in a dark room for many hours and did the work. So I understand the process. My other hat is that I chair the education committee of the Visual Effects Society, which is the industry's honorary society for visual effects professionals worldwide. And at the same time, and through that, I'm also working with Alison, Jinko, Nicole, and Matthew on our CT certification program and other educational initiatives.
Bounce that to Nicole.
Hi, I'm Nicole Hendricks. I'm a producer across gaming, live action, film, and animation now. And I'm currently at 9B Collective, which is the first Black-owned concept art studio made up primarily of BIPOC artists. I'm also the executive director of the Brick Foundation, and we put on a yearly summit. And at that summit, we kind of all came to the agreement that this youth apprenticeship career task force would be a way to really solve a lot of the issues around equity and access that we were seeing. So we all came together with our partners, Women in Animation, VES Society, and our industry partners across animation, VFX, and gaming to try to really push this initiative forward.
So, and I just, the reason we're able to do this work in California that a lot of you heard in the Department of Education panel is because of this profound group of humans. The BRIC Summit that Nicole mentioned, and I'm just going to piggyback on this, is an event for creative leaders in industry. It is not an education event, but there was an education component, and Nicole and Alison Mann, her partner in this space, have really opened the doors to bridging industry and education, and it's come out of the summit. So when you get a bunch of industry leaders together and they're like, we have a diversity, equity, and inclusion issue in creative industry, how do we resolve that? The doors were open to engage in conversation with educators this year. And from those conversations, we realized, well, if industry looks more at working and recruiting from public schools in general, because we do see this as a national scalable initiative. Instead of from the art schools, as Jinko mentioned, doors will be open for our students in CTE. And as Arnon mentioned, the way we're building this is to be the work we're doing is to be embedded directly in a CTE classroom. So I'm going to go ahead and start with my questions. And our audience today, and if you don't mind just introducing yourselves in the chat, it would be really helpful to know, are we speaking with administrators? Are we speaking with teachers? Because we can kind of customize some of our conversations around who we have here today. So please, I'm just checking the chat right now. Please introduce yourselves, and if you have any questions, drop them in the Q&A. So first, this is a really basic question, I know, but I think you each have a really kind of unique answer for this. So why do you feel like it's important to prepare students for careers in creative industry in high school? Because you've all pivoted really and been diehard with me in doing this work. So it's like, we barely have time for our real jobs, as we say. And it is at all hours, as Nicole mentioned. So Arnon, I'm going to toss that one to you because I feel like you've been kind of a champion of this. And so to you, why is it important in the visual effects world and through your work with the Visual Effects Society to start preparing students for careers in high school? Is there a need in that space for skilled workers? Because a lot of the times the states that are here and teachers say, oh, well, there's just not jobs in that world. So let's talk about it from that lens. I want your insight because you do a lot of hiring.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I would say outright, there is a boom in visual effects at this point. Obviously, animation and Jinko can speak to that, and gaming as well, but I can speak for visual effects specifically. There is a huge boom in visual effects, in the visual effects industry globally. I mean, I kind of joke with a lot of people that, you know, if you're walking around in certain areas that have a big industry like Montreal, if you have a pulse, you can be a visual effects artist. You'll get hired. And that's a joke, but it's actually a problem because there's not enough skilled labor to enter the workforce to actually supply the demand at this point, especially over the last few years with streamers, you know, and the amount of content that is being created. So there is a need, a desperate need for visual effects artists. And the good news is for people wanting to enter the visual effects world or the art, you know, actually the visual effects profession, I'm not just going to say artist because it's production as well as artist, is that it's an industry that pays above average, you know, so it's actually a well-paying job. The issue that we're seeing is, like Jinko said, the traditional entrance barriers or traditional entrance levels into the industry were a 4-year college, sometimes a post-grad degree that were very expensive and inevitably left out a large part of the population that either couldn't afford it or that wasn't, you know, on their socioeconomic path or whatever it is, right? So we, as a collective, kind of looked at it and said, what do you really need to get into the industry? Do you need a 4-year college degree? Do you need a master's degree in engineering or architecture from MIT or whatever, you know? And the short answer was no, you don't. What you need is if you can start kids early enough, and there's kids that are taught, you know, from as early as middle school and then through high school in a program that actually gives them enough of an education, the basic education. We spoke about it yesterday, Alison, in our other meeting, like what does that mean? And we're now trying to figure it out. But the short of it is, we don't believe in an industry that you need a college education to enter the field. That's the bottom line. So for us collectively, the question is, what are we doing about it? How can we give that education to kids in order to prepare them that when they hit 18, they finish high school or community college, wherever they're at, they are ready to enter the field. And that's the onus is on us as an industry and educators to come up with that base curriculum to make that work.
Thank you, Arnon. And that's a great way. I'm going to toss it to Nicole because yes, as Arnon mentioned, yesterday was our stakeholder meeting for this work. How do we build, how does industry build a curriculum and certification protocol for CTE programs that is industry recognized, which is always our thing, right? That's inclusive of portfolio. So Nicole has been curating an insane group of people from across creative industry to really have these deep conversations around what this needs to look like. And so Nicole, if you want to talk a little bit about the work you're doing with creative industry to help bridge this school to career pipeline, that would be great. And even in the Creative Academy space and mentorships and internships and things like that.
Sure. So my partner, Allison Mann, she was a creative recruiter for almost 20 years, and she went from studio to studio And everybody was always like, we need more diverse creators. And realistically, it was more, as she refers to it, as a chess game of just moving people from studio to studio. There was a huge infrastructure and pipeline issue, specifically when you're talking about senior level roles, mid-senior level roles. And so one of the things we really started to look at was, okay, well, let's do a high school academy, because maybe there's just an issue with knowing all of the jobs. Like I didn't know about my career until my second year of college. Like it was just not something in rural Alabama that was explained to me about the entertainment industry. And so it kind of started with a career readiness component. Let's bring in a bunch of professionals. Let's talk about how to network. And because part of the entertainment industry is 100% exclusion by familiarity. You end up hiring people that you know. And a lot of times that means hiring people that look like you and that have similar backgrounds to you. So we really wanted to expand that, and let's have more people, let's meet more people. Let's bring in more people earlier, and let's talk to the parents. Let's talk to the educators. And so with this program, how it's kind of evolving is we realized, after speaking to a lot of teachers, that sometimes it's the counselors that aren't necessarily aware of all the different career opportunities and the need that the industry has for diverse individuals. And the reason it's so important is because research shows that the more diversity there is behind the screens, the more diversity is then reflected on camera and on screen. And then of course, entertainment is our culture in a lot of ways. It really is a reflection of, where the culture is at that moment in time. And so if we are improving this pipeline and bringing in more people with different perspectives, we're really just kind of making our culture more reflective of the world that is.
Thank you, Nicole. And you made an excellent point that you were not born and raised in California, and you didn't even know these jobs existed because where you were born and raised didn't offer you that perspective. And that ties back into this regional conversation that a lot of states feel bound by what their state economies say are viable, but the entertainment industry doesn't function like that. And Jinko, I think you know more than anybody right now what that looks like, and how, as somebody who's constantly hiring, right? So maybe from your producer perspective, can you discuss how there is no kind of border? And Arnon, you touched on it in terms of your work with Montreal, and maybe just the way what you've been actually had to do recruiting outside of the United States, even because of this issue here. So I'll toss that to you.
Great. Well, we are truly a global industry. Yes, Hollywood is the center of the entertainment industry, but animation, visual effects, gaming is truly a global industry where artists come from everywhere. And because of the shortage of talent, we are constantly recruiting from all around the globe. Currently I'm producing a film for Netflix. My team represents literally every country in Europe and both the US and Canada, because that's what it takes to make these films and shows and games. And we all, also it's important that diversity and representation behind the camera, as Nicole pointed out, is critical, because if we are going to change our culture, then we need people behind the camera working on these shows. And we want them to also become leaderships, because that's how we influence change in long term. So what's exciting to me about, really reaching out to the high school students here in the US and hopefully globally, is that it will allow really fuller representation to bringing content to the world.
And you're going to hear this theme throughout our panels today, because I do feel truly all of our partners, including our partners from IATSE and our labor partners, are committed to building a diverse workforce. And it is currently a large issue in the entertainment industry due to cost prohibitive obstacles in education, and due to the fact that it's not built into CTE education in a lot of states. And as a result, it's created a workforce and a DEI issue in creative industry. And so I'm really thankful to have this industry panel share this with a national audience and have this recorded by ACTE, who has a major audience, to hear this coming from the mouths of the industry, right? And Matt, I'm going to bounce this to you because you've done, one of the things I wanted to ask you is what, you've done a lot of work in your boots on the ground. You are teaching, you're teaching in a school, a magnet school. It's grades 6 through 12, right? And what does CTE education and integrating industry experiences look like in a classroom? And for context, Matt runs an animation and a film production program. And he has done a lot of work with industry, Creative Academy with Brick, other industry partners like Warner Brothers and Nickelodeon. So what are some examples of work-based learning and how this kind of translates to a classroom experience?
Definitely. Thank you, Allison. Yeah, as she said, we're a magnet school, K through 12 ultimately, but we really focus on our 6 through 12 graders, the CTE components. My students come from low income households. We're a Title I school. I think we have 75% Hispanic students, 15% Black students. And we were the pilot program for Nicole and Brick Foundation's Creative Academy, which was amazing for our students. And we've really built our program from the ground up over the last 8 years. And Nicole says, she was from Alabama, didn't know about these jobs. But, again, I am in downtown Los Angeles, and a number of my students don't know about these jobs in animation, in VFX, in game design. Or they might know about them, but they feel like they're just out of their reach, that they have no opportunity to even how to approach it, how to get that. And the thing I know, one thing I've been stressing, and I'll get to Allison's question, is, the other great thing about animation and game design, stuff like that, students are like, I don't know how to draw. I'm not an artist. And as Arnon said, so many of the jobs don't require art skills. Now, know about it, improve your art skills. I think the more you're knowledgeable about it, we do incorporate that into our classes, but we really kind of stress, like, there's so many other jobs there that are essential, that are needed on top of that. So as far as our just work-based stuff that we've been doing, we have had partnerships, as Allison said, with Warner Brothers, with Nickelodeon, with DreamWorks. Our first thing we did with the Brick Foundation, 12 of our students got together for a long weekend just to make an animatic, and they were working with people in the industry of like how to draw, how do you do the storyboards, how do you bring that stuff to life, infusing in your music, and as well as your voiceover elements. We have stuff where we have sent things out to film festivals, so our kids are really engaged in that. We are going to be integrating Toon Boom next year for our advanced animation students, so that they can get some training on that to go along with our stuff with Nickelodeon. This past year, we had one of our students was a part of a virtual mentorship. They selected 12 students from around Los Angeles County. And again, just to be able to come in, my student got to pitch her ideas to two people working at Nickelodeon, got feedback, got to work on that over 6 months to create this short film. So that's been really engaging. And the one other thing I do want to touch on is that we also have a connection with a local community college, where we have a class for our capstone video production class, as well as for our concentrator animation class, to obviously get the kids engaged, show them how they can do it. And again, there's that intimidation. Can I do a college class? Because our classes are mixed. So I might have a 10th grader who's taking this college class, or 11th grader taking this college class. So they definitely feel that intimidation. But again, once they get in there, once they see what it is, like, oh, I've already got the skills for it, and it's not as challenging as I thought it was. And that's not to say that they're not working hard to get the grades that they're getting, but it just really opens their eyes to make them see, oh, I can do this. And I say ultimately, even if you don't want to go into animation, video effects, visual effects, or whatever, like, this stuff is across all industries. If you are knowledgeable about these things, you can take this to the different industries, because people are going to be, who doesn't have a social media account across the industries, who doesn't have stuff that is using these types of skills and knowledge that you could then integrate across that for their ultimate career.
Yeah, and the content creation, right? Like that alone is so cross industry, that skill set. It's, and I have a hiring entity that I work with at CLI Studios, actually, and really kept dancers employed all throughout the pandemic with an online platform. And really, he does his recruitment on social media. He's like, and when he's looking for office and like folks that can work in his office behind the scenes, he needs content creators. He needs people who can do just about the gamut of what we teach in our arts, media, and entertainment pathways. So there is a lot of transferable skill viability to other sectors as well that comes from an arts, media, and entertainment CTE pathway. One of the things you mentioned, and it's kind of piggybacking off of what Jinko and Arnon mentioned, and I am going to toss this to you, Nicole, so heads up. Matt, you mentioned the virtual internship with Nickelodeon. And we are seeing with the this silver lining of COVID that we can do just about anything. I mean, in the work world, this is our world now. Like I talk to these people almost every day and we have never sat down face to face. Well, Matt, have I even met you face to face? Like, I don't think so, which is so weird because we know each other, right? Like this is our reality. So it's really interesting because this translates to the national doors open. We always get oh, it's because it's California. Oh, you can do that because it's California. Oh, Nickelodeon's in California, right? And the answer is no, that is not a barrier anymore. And you'll hear about this from Music Forward in our next conversation, but I feel like through Nicole's work, and I'm just laughing because she's neck deep in the middle of an internship rollout, a virtual internship rollout with multiple school districts. I'm gonna have you talk about that a little bit because I think it shows that this is possible regardless of where you are. So can you talk a little bit about your internship with Downey and now with Inglewood and the way that's looking?
Absolutely. And to full disclosure, I'm definitely in that internship also right now. Because it is 10 to 12 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But yes, so we're doing an animation internship with Downey and Glendale School District. There's 6 schools represented in this internship, and it's 6 weeks long. And we partnered with 5 different animation studios, 5 different types of art schools, and we had 5 different creators. And their goal is to build an animated pitch, so they're able to learn all the different roles within development, the different roles. And then just, obviously how to create their own story, characters, world building. We had a sponsorship from Wacom, hence an awkward pile of Wacom tablets behind me. So all of the students were able to receive a Wacom tablet and for their drawing lessons. And it's been great. I did not anticipate, we have 55 kids. I didn't realize how many students that actually is because they all have, thoughts, dreams, feelings that also need to have time budgeted for. And then we also decided to do Inglewood at the same time. So now Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, we're also doing a camp with Inglewood for 3 weeks. And that's been really great. There's 5 schools in there, 26 kids. And with that one, it's a little bit more, that particular school district is just starting their program. So the kids are they haven't been in this animation pathway for years, like our Downey kids have been. So that we're able to be a little bit more advanced. We're kind of scaling that one down. And that partnership is with 2 studios, 3 schools, and 3 creators. And it's been pretty great. I really enjoy working with them, very creative kids. And it's been, it's part networking, part careers, part creative projects, part just really going through the different pipelines. And they have really good questions. Yeah, and some of it's how do I tell my parents I don't want to be a nurse, I want to be an artist, So it's some stuff well, I'm not qualified for that at all. Luckily, we do have partners that are helping us from a counseling standpoint, but it's been a real experience, and it's completely 100% virtual. We're able to get incredible industry professionals to give their time to us because it's virtual. And so, the amount, I think they had an Oscar nominee talk to them. They've had Emmy winners, so it's they're able to really talk to, fancy people that they necessarily wouldn't have if everything was in person only.
Well, and also if you didn't exist, because I do have to say the work that we're all doing is because of I have some of my other panelists, so I'm going to call Dejan out too. I know you don't have to turn your camera on, but you are committed to building this bridge with me and with Matt and for schools and for students. And you're working full days at your day job and doing this in addition to that to make this happen for our country. And so and for the industry. And so Thank you. I mean, I do have to say, and as Nicole mentioned, there is that social emotional component with working with high school. There is that maturity level with working with high school. And the way that we're kind of thinking about this, and this is when I say thinking about this as we build a youth apprenticeship model, is, you know, making sure that there's intermediaries like women in animation that can provide mentoring for students, like BRIC that can bring industry professionals in, like Visual Effects Society, where students can actually have a cushion before they're thrown to the studios for a job. There's going to be this ability to have a earn to learn, as they're calling it in the state, opportunity. And we just met with Industrial Relations, who is all about supporting this work because it does not exist. So, anyways, I appreciate you all, as you know, and we do have, I had one question that I wanted to get to before we get into the Q&A. And audience, please throw your questions in the Q&A for our amazing panelists here, because we do want to make sure we get to those as well. So let me find what I was looking to ask here. Maybe I asked it.
Can I just add something very quickly?
Yeah. Arnon, yeah, we can. I mean, we've done this like 4,000 times, so you guys probably all have a lot to say. You don't need me anymore. Let's just go.
No, while you look for that question, just to piggyback off what Nicole said, and I think it's important because it certainly came up, especially with, say, you know, and I'll phrase it, the lower socioeconomic demographics and also immigrant communities, you know, the entrance, and Matthew mentioned it, you know, going into quote unquote the arts is not necessarily seen as the best way forward. And so there is an education process that we have to do for teachers, also parents. We've spoken about this in other panels, to make them understand that actually this is a viable career in the arts. And it doesn't mean that, you know, you're a slaving artist working in in your garage trying to make ends meet. That's not what this is about. But there's an education process there to some of these communities that the career in the arts, you know, can potentially be very lucrative, especially if you, if you push hard and find kind of your niche, whether it's as an artist, as a creative, or more on the kind of production management side. So that is something as well that between all of us, we have to figure out how to get to those, you know, how to educate parents, and educators, teachers, and even recruiters. We were talking about that in another panel, recruiters at companies. Just a thought.
And also not forget the other jobs that is part of this industry that are not necessarily artist jobs. There's a lot of technical jobs, there's support jobs, whether you're in human resources or you're in finance, whatever. So, you know, it is an industry, and I think the program that we're coming up with, you know, will encompass all these buckets, so that it is an opportunity for people to come into this industry, regardless of, you know, what your skill sets are and what your talents are.
That was my question, Janko. See, I knew, like, so that came up in our meeting yesterday, which actually you didn't even hear. Monica was talking about this, right? Like I'm a producer. And so we sent a survey out, for context for the audience. We sent a survey out to all of our industry stakeholders. And Nicole, where are we at now? Like 100 and...
We have 115 stakeholders and we have 35 responses. And stakeholders is like, you know, Nickelodeon, Disney, ILM, it's all of the major players that are sending 1 to 5 representatives to weigh in on these conversations.
So we have basically every major animation and gaming and VFX house. Well, I don't know really.
We could get more VFX. We're in a journey with VFX, but yes.
We're working on VFX. And a lot of that's due to the fact that a lot of those VFX individuals are international. That's where a lot of that lives. So we're working on building a larger VFX industry partnership. But my whole point was that what we did is we created a survey to say, what should students learn in a CTE pathway? And sent it out to every studio partner. And we, as Janko mentioned, we have 4 buckets. And this is really important because, you know, not everybody's going to make it as an artist. And this applies to the performing arts, right? Like not everybody has is going to be that like prima ballerina. Not everybody is going to be that next amazing, you know, whatever concept artist. Maybe that's the wrong job, but what you will see is that there's so many jobs across industry. So as we're building this program, we're building it with 4 main curriculum points, and these will inform our California state standards rewrite. History of, representation, what do kids need to know about the overall industry, the business of, the production, the budgeting, the jobs and operations, the creative, and the technical. And that leads to our relationship that has emerged with Epic Games and Unreal. So Jinko, I'm going to toss this to you to talk a little bit about the way Epic Games and Unreal has stepped up to support this work. Nicole, did you want to add something before I?
No, it's fine. Yeah.
Okay. We've been working with Epic. This is all in the nature of democratizing the entertainment industry, which is a phrase that we've all gotten very familiar with at this point. So it's not all who you know. And Epic has, Unreal Engine is very cutting edge in terms of software applications, and it's open source and free. And so Epic has come in, and Jinko, I'm going to let you talk a little bit about the Mega Grant program and how what their role is in rolling this out.
Yeah, so we're very, very grateful to Epic. Women in Animation received a grant from Epic to really further what we can do, working with other groups like the Brick Foundation, working with Allison, and Arno, to really see how we can give education to high school kids. And what's important about democratization is that, remember, the access to not just education, but access to software, access to hardware, all these are barriers that are economic barriers. And what we're grateful for companies like Epic is that open source allows for anyone to download the software and to be able to learn and practice their skills, and so that they can advance to the point where they can get a job. So we're very grateful to Epic and how they're seeing how they can support this industry. And again, you know, I think they're coming from the same place we're coming from, which is how do we get representation?
Absolutely. And just to kind of piggyback off of that, like, it really is the jobs of the future. Everybody I know that's working with Unreal Engine in virtual production is working 3 jobs because there's just really not enough skilled people right now in the field. So I definitely recommend that you take a look at some of the free educational resources, free programming, and just talk to your IT department and see if you could get an Unreal, class going. Yeah. And also, I just wanted to touch back to Arnon, what he had said earlier about kind of the gatekeepers of the industry. So a lot of what recruiters and managers and agents are looking for, they're looking for culture fits, and again, research shows that culture fit really means people that look and think like me. And so if we are not diversifying these gatekeeper roles, which means please talk to your kids about what recruiters do. Recruiters if someone just loves being around art, but isn't necessarily an artist, they could be a creative recruiter at a major studio. That's a very great job with the 401k. And again, a manager, an agent, a very organized person, great at communicating, that's an extrovert student, that these are wonderful paying jobs that desperately need diversification and gender diversification.
And that actually brings up the fact that we are really, really engaging our labor partners. One of the things, and Nicole has a lot of experience with this in her wearing her marketing hat, but one of the things we've wanted from the beginning of this initiative is to make sure the Animation Guild is at the table and to make sure that we have our labor partners being able to lend their expertise and voice. They really want to build a mentoring program. While they might not be able to call it what we're calling it right now because of some contractual restrictions, they are so supportive of workforce training programs and initiatives. And this is across IATSE. And so you are going to be able to hear from one of my core partners in this movement and initiative later on in the afternoon. But I just wanted to say that they've shown up to every one of our stakeholder meetings. They really want to see this through. And these are good careers. I mean, they're really good paying careers across industries. So I think we have a lot of myths to dispel, and that's what this team has really been helping do. We have myths in the kind of old school CTE world that there's not a lot of careers or jobs in the arts. Well, yes, there are. There's a ton of career. There's a lot of mythology around, you know, and Matt can probably speak to this, that we can't find industry to work with our students. Well, yes, you can. You just have to, tap into the right people. And I think that's where my job has really been focused, is let's rally in a coalition. We call it the AME Coalition. Let's rally a coalition of champions for education that will support this work that Nicole just said is essential to creative industry. And before I pivot to questions, which we do have several, Matt, do you want to say anything more about what you've heard today? I mean, you're kind of boots on the ground in this space, and you're going to be kind of integral in pulling it all together. So any comments or thoughts from what you've heard today?
Yeah, just of letting, educators, again, I know you guys are from across the country. I see some of the questions dropped into the chat there. It is challenging, but also it is viable. It is stuff where, animation has been doing this, across state borders, across country borders for, years and decades. So those skills are out there, and, you're not going to have to worry about trying to hook your kids. I mean, how many of them are already playing their games and playing, watching everything on YouTube and stuff like that? And it's a matter of them trying to become consumers of content to creating that. And even, with everything going down through COVID, from LA Unified, we were, all remote for nearly all the school year. And we went out and found some other, free resources from like, Wik Editor. I had some of my animation kids developing very simple game design elements and stuff like that, their own video games, where those things are out there. And it is a matter, I think Allison had mentioned Nickelodeon, which, did a lot of stuff in Los Angeles, but I know they've done internships with people in Canada and stuff like that. So, it is a matter of sometimes just reaching out to organizations, because, what I tell when I go and talk to other schools at different conferences, stuff like that. I mean, most of these, the studios, the nonprofits, like, they want to work with students. They often can't find students or schools where, again, they're like, obviously they're out there, but they don't know who to reach out to and contact and stuff like that. So, don't be afraid to send out that email, check out people's websites and see what can be done, especially, as has been said, over the last year and a half, 2 years, with everything being done over Zoom. So many places have this stuff going. Just to stick with Nickelodeon one last time, I mean, over the summer and school year, they were doing just in general, like, hey, here's an hour where we're bringing in a storyboard artist, and she will show you the steps of like how to design your own storyboards, or, if you want to be able to become a digital storyteller, and those resources are out there through YouTube, through their websites, to do some, check things out, reach out to me and stuff like that. But, there are things out there that are remote, especially with how things have been going recently.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. And I see there, I'm going to get to these questions in the chat because there's a whole bunch of them. And one of the things, Matt, will you drop our website chat in the chat, like the one that leads to news and updates?
Yep.
So in California, we have launched a platform as part of our coalition. It is our coalition platform, because at the DOE, we have very restrictive web access things. So our partners at the CDE Foundation have launched, helped us, support us launch a platform that is a one-stop shop for everything arts, media, entertainment, career tech ed. And this is available nationally, and all of the news and opportunities that are posted there are open to all of you and your students. And so I just wanted to let you know that we have a communications intern that's working on keeping that up to date. Matt's dropping oh, that's not the one. That's something we put together during, I just meant our CAA.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm going to get them both. I'm going to do the events and the resources.
Okay. Matt just dropped a link to a resource curation page that we put together at the beginning of COVID for like online ways, and things have like blown up since then. So I'm glad he shared that, and we're going to share our California state website as well. So there's lots of questions around.
One thing, Allison, I'm gonna post in the panel in the chat. I think, can I do it to everybody?
Yeah, you can do panelists and attendees.
The VES, the Visual Effects Society, we have a Education Initiative resource page as well. And there's a lot of stuff that we have in there specifically for our members, but it's actually not on the member portal, so it's actually open to everybody. But what I would say to everybody on the participants on this call, because a lot of what we're talking about is actually just access to resources, because there are companies out there that want to help, you know, whether it's Epic with Unreal, Autodesk, you know, Nicole, you're mentioning Wacom, I mean, you know, Adobe, I mean, there's companies out there. So it's really about sharing resources. And let's just make sure that somehow, Allison, I'll dump this on you. How do we get all these resources to the people that need them? Because there are companies and resources out there available.
Yes, and that's why we're trying to make the website as up to date as possible. And my developer's actually working on our coalition page right now. So I do see, hi Roger, I see your question. Can you come listen? Will you type in your chat if that means like to our stakeholder meeting? I think that's what you were saying, but I'm not sure because that was from a while ago. Roger is my partner at the Missouri Department of Ed, and he has been a champion for this work in his state. So anyways, I have a question here about internship opportunities for high school students in Georgia. I'm not sure. I do know that Georgia has a huge film industry because of their wonderful tax credits. So I'm not sure about other states truly. I mean, I think what we're saying here is that students in your state can tap into the work we're doing in California. Nicole's about to have to hire in a full staff to serve the entire country. But anyways, I think what we're trying to do right now is make sure opportunities are open to any student in any school that wants a career in creative spaces or creative industries. So I don't know if that answered, but it looks like Felicia's typing right now. So the next question is the animation and digital media CT. Oh, it's another question from Georgia. The animation and CTE pathway in Georgia is still in its infancy, but the film industry continues to grow. The standards need revisions. The resources for the pathway here are extremely limited. Is there a good place to find resources for curriculum or areas? Oh, it just jumped. Shoot. Oh, geez. Okay, hang on.
I'd like to actually answer that one out.
Okay.
So, I mean,
I lost it.
yeah, no, I got you. It was basically like, is there a good place to find resources for curriculum or areas of focus that are needed in the industry to make connections for the students? I mean, what do you and Matt think about maybe having some out-of-state teachers be on the educational committee so they can kind of see how we're building out the curriculum from the standards and just kind of making it more inclusive?
Yeah, I love it. So what Nicole's referencing is that when we did the industry standards feedback, what those will do, those 4 buckets, what we're going to do is transfer that into a set of standards for our youth apprenticeship development. And Matt and I will be spearheading an EDU committee to kind of review what the industry feeds the EDU committee in terms of like what's viable in a classroom. How do we word this so that it's effective teaching? So really this is a true marriage and collaboration between creative industry and teachers. And I was a teacher for 15 years. I'm new to state work. I see lots of people wanting to be involved in this, which is great. And so
how do we want to capture that information? Do you
want?
want?
Matt, will you drop your email in the chat so they can email you directly? And you'll be able to just reach out to Matt Waney to do that. Okay, so excellent. Oh, and PS.
Can I just add one thing just regarding Atlanta, Georgia, and specifically Atlanta? Obviously, we know that Atlanta is, you know, the country's biggest hub in film production and only growing. But that's a perfect example where, you know, for some reason, the actual visual, and I speak for visual effects, but I'm assuming it's the same for animation and gaming, you know, the industry, the visual effects in, you know, facility-wise isn't very big there, but there's a huge, obviously, physical production. And there's a ton of jobs that are needed in visual production for visual effects, on-set data anglers, coordinators, producers, supervisors, drone operators, texture. I mean, you know, there's jobs that are visual effects related and in visual effects departments, but are not sitting at a desk at a facility or a studio. They're on set. And there is a lack of trained people. So we're bringing people in to Atlanta, to the state. So that's a perfect way, you know, I think an educational pathway for an industry that is just booming right now in Georgia and Atlanta specific, just as a note.
Yeah, I know. I totally agree. There's so much work in Georgia, and all these shows require visual effects and some animation. So there's no reason that we can't partner with these production entities in Georgia to be our partners.
Thank you. And yeah, I wanted to also just speak to the curriculum thing. So that is part of our effort in our statewide, it's called the AME Workforce Training Initiative. We will be working with and building a curriculum as part of this work, and working with Epic and Unreal Engine to make sure that's inclusive of emerging technologies in the space that students should be trained on, and working to make sure that that will be a plug and play for teachers who might need it as professional learning within assets, video assets that are taught by creative industry. So that's really our end goal, is to have that launched by next year and available to CTE teachers across the country and world even. Q&A, I think we have time for a couple more questions. I feel pretty good with my timekeeping today. Usually I think we've got this pretty much down though at this point. We've been doing a lot of these. Okay, in Trenton, Felicia and I and others are looking for ways to encourage and train our young artists to have an understanding of the business side of these professional and freelance fields. What advice, suggestions, existing programs do you have on integrating business and entrepreneurship into CTE arts pathways? Who wants to take that? Matt, maybe?
I mean, Andrew and Felicia, I'm definitely going to do a follow-up with you. So I'd be happy to talk about that more at length because I'm passionate about that subject.
And Matt, how do you do that? Like, what's an example? I can speak to my own teaching, but I'm not on the panel necessarily.
Right. We've done stuff where back before COVID, we would do some field trips and stuff like that. We had a fantastic interaction with Illumination Pictures, where, and it was really sort of the first one. We'd gone to DreamWorks before that, and as well as Nickelodeon. And they sat down and did I think we had a 2.5-hour visit of their site, and they did like a 45-minute thing on marketing, of just like, here's a great thing they did for this launch and for this launch, and here's and they actually showed the events, and they showed some of the steps that they did. And just a number of my kids were again, they enjoy art, but they don't feel like they're strong at art, but they're like, oh, I didn't even know this was a job I could do. And they really just found that so amazing and be able to do that. And then just obviously integrating it into my classroom stuff as well. As we're doing most of our capstone projects, my students are working in groups of 4 to 6. And they know, somebody needs, I basically they have to do like posters to support their stuff. They need to do different, their artists sort of bios and stuff like that. So obviously kids are creating that, but it's also stuff outside of that. They're doing their animatics as well as the final project. They're doing some behind the scenes photos. Just so they can kind of get a sense of or if you're trying to get your stuff out there, it is more than just making that animated short or that video game. So some of it is in classroom, but yeah, just, think about bringing people in beyond just your traditional artists to talk about it. Because one, even the kids who are super in art and they know they want to be artists, the more they know about all this type of stuff, even if they're not going to switch their path, it's going to allow them to just be able to speak to it, be able to have a stronger interview process along the way.
And I mean, honestly, as somebody who was a CTE dance teacher for several years, launched the program and also coordinated all the CTE in our district prior to coming to the Department of Ed, essential to all of the things I did. I said I wasn't going to speak, but I have to speak to this because I feel like it was really important for dance, right? You're not all going to be on stage. I mean, you're just not. It's just not the way that industry works. But there are so many jobs off stage to support. And so every student had to do a professional website. They had to create a reel. They had to know what social media marketing was. They had to be able to have a presence on social media and at 16 on LinkedIn that showed who they were, but in a very professional way. They had to start a professional Twitter account, which was that was a fun one. So anyways, there was a lot of that was the work in my CTE pathway that really made it stand out. It was not just a technique class, right? And so for the performing arts teachers we'll be talking more with a panel of performing arts focused folks next. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and say thank you to all of my amazing humans here and take a 2-minute break. My other panelists are here. Thank you so much. And you're going to get to hear from my other colleagues and cohort next. So I'll see you all soon. Thank you. And everybody who's in the audience, we're going to actually take 5 because we did not build in breaks. So get yourself some water and do what you need to do, and we will be right back. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Alison. Thanks,
Bye-bye.
Yay, thank you. You've been like the best intermission person. And panelists, we can go cameras on now. Yay, my other team. So everyone, thank you for being with us today. Several of you were here for our previous panel, and I think we're going to pivot, but you're going to hear some pretty similar things, I think, as we dive in with this group of amazing humans. So just for those of you who are joining us now, and actually there was a question about this being recorded, Lauren and Kelly, people will be able to access these, right, on the ACTE website?
Yep, I was just actually about to type it in there. Yep.
Fantastic. Okay, great. So welcome everyone who's just joining us. And this panel that's with us today is called Connecting Media Arts to Careers, Alternative Career Pathways in Audio Production and Commercial Music. And the folks that you'll hear from today are doing the work. I'm going to go ahead and let them introduce themselves. And so you'll hear a little bit about their backgrounds, who they work with and for, and then together we'll dive into the work we're doing together. So, and team, forgive me, because this is my third panel. And so I'm starting to get to a place of, hey, Herb, take over. just know that we work together so frequently, like the other panel, that we can pretty much finish each other's sentences at this point. So it'll all be good. So we're just going to go through the row here. So Herb, I'm going to start with you. Since you might be my co-host for the day, which he's very comfortable with.
Well, Allison, we're here for you. My name's Herb Trawick. I have a digital platform called Pensado's Place that for 11 years to 200 countries and 8 or 9 million people a year, we have week by week introduced them to practitioners in the audio space, people behind the scenes, and it turned out to be an educational tool. And so we have lots of relationships on this panel and across, and have seen firsthand how audio and the way of teaching and engaging can actually change lives.
Well, and before that, so talk a little bit about your career history, because I want people to know who they're here with today. So.
Gotcha. Before that, came from the record business side, managed and co-partnered with Maurice White from Earth, Wind & Fire, managed a guy named Brian McKnight for about 15 years. Signed Robin Thicke, was a manager and a record executive that went from the marketing side to the creative side to kind of the deal making side. Took some Earth and Fire's catalog to Broadway, have had a chance to be a consultant to lots of different companies. All this really defines the fact that I'm old. But nonetheless, and what's exciting about today and working with Allison and working with Danielle and working with Mike Packer from 1500 Sound Academy, I, in my tenure, have never seen so much ability to come together and do good by joining forces, making sure the right forces join together, and then extend that offering out to people so we can do well and do good.
Thanks, Herb. We'll go to Mike. Hop to you.
All righty. Hi, Allison. So happy to be here and join everybody on this panel. My name is Mike Packer. I'm Vice President of Education for True Family Enterprises, which has several different verticals underneath them, but one of which is the 1500 Sound Academy. So my primary role is to oversee all aspects of the Academy. Before this, basically I'm a musician, I'm a drummer and a music educator, and definitely a product of public school education, both in Denver and Illinois. And so after I graduated college, threw all my junk in the car, moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career as a musician and an educator. Was doing that successfully and teaching at 3 different institutions, Azusa Pacific University, Citrus College, and another school, small for-profit school called Los Angeles Music Academy at the time. About 10 years in, our president asked me if I wanted to join the administration, which I had never even thought about a career in higher education administration. But when I figured out that it came with 2 weeks vacation and a salary, I jumped at it because that's something I'd never had before. So fast forward to now, that was about 12, 13 years ago. I'm also, focusing much more on higher education administration. I love it because kind of my personal purpose or MO is to try and make a positive impact on people's lives. And as a teacher, you can certainly do that, but as an administrator, you can do it, and sometimes even at a broader scope. So it's with that I'm super excited to be working with Allison and Herb and everybody on this initiative. And just can't wait to see what programs we put in place, because I think they're going to create a lot of positive impact.
Thanks. And just for everybody here, and Laura included, Mike and Herb, will you drop I should have had my other people do that too. Can you drop your, the links to your things in the chat? So Mike, maybe drop in 1500 and Laura Music Forward for sure. Actually, Laura, you're going to talk next, so you can do that in a second. I'm going to make you multitask. I'm going to pass this on to you, my friend.
Great. I'm glad that you know me well enough at this point, Allison. You're don't try to multitask, just do the one thing. I'm Laura Clark. I am the Director of Education for Music Forward Foundation. We are a nonprofit that sits in this really unique space of being a 501c3 that has a support and access to one of the largest entertainment companies in the world, Live Nation. And so we leverage that relationship to ensure relevancy of programming, provide access for young people to engage the industry really fully and robustly through our programming. And within Music Forward, we focus in certain career pathways that align so well and really broadly, I think, with AME pathways. So we focus on music marketing and branding, the creative process, but within that creative process, it's how do you monetize your creative process? We are not music educators. I often say we are music business educators, if nothing else. We also work with students interested in production. Rather than studio production, it's live, right? So it's touring and live music in venue. And then that really broad music business that covers things like career exploration around venue management, events, festivals, all of those sort of ancillary opportunities, and where there's massive opportunity. And I heard it at the end of the last session. So, getting young people to understand that there's that artist on stage, and then there's this entire ecosystem that's put in place to support and create opportunity. And if 2020 has taught us nothing, it's the importance of pivoting, right? And so giving skill sets and support for young people to develop so that they are able to pivot throughout their career and look at their own skill sets and identify how they can utilize them to fill space in this super evolving and exciting music industry. And it's really great to see these young people stepping in as sort of disruptors of a fairly traditional industry. So Music Forward focuses primarily on underrepresented youth and under-resourced youth in our programming, certainly free to everyone. But we do focus our partnerships on those specific populations. And we've also had great opportunity because of where we sit to work with some wonderful sponsors. So right now we're deep in a partnership with Apple, and actually one of your team members from 1500 is in that program. Lawrence is crushing it, by the way, Mike, in that program, and working with some larger partners. So continuing to create opportunity so that young people have opportunity to explore, prepare, and practice and then actually enter the industry. So we're looking for pathway opportunity in all of our work and our partnerships. And part of the reason that I just love being part of this group is getting young people that are passionate and excited and really giving them autonomy to feel empowered to find their pathway within the industry has been wonderful. And we utilize mentorship and workshops and performance opportunities and coaching in all of those spaces as well. So that's Music Forward.
And we're gonna go to Danielle, who's like boots on the ground. So I have a teacher on every panel who's teaching this stuff, but I just want to like say to this whole audience, don't let anyone tell you that the performing arts are not career tech ed, because everything that Laura just said is like, boom, right? Like that is CTE. So I get really excited when I hear her talk, because the work Music Forward's doing is the work that we can be doing universally to make CTE and music education a really happy couple. And Danielle has done that very well. So Danielle, why don't you talk about, Danielle, just FYI, is at NAMM right now. And,
I'm in this lovely studio that's actually a hotel room in Nashville. Hi, everyone. I'm Danielle Collins. I'm the audio production lead for CTE in California with Allison. I am the director of the Music Media Entertainment Technology Department at Huntington Beach High School Academy for the Performing Arts. We service 6 high schools in our district. Any student can audition as long as they can transfer into the high school and go to one of the 6. And I see those students in the second half of their day. I take about 25% of students auditioning, and I have anywhere between 12 and 17 bands at any given time of completely separate students. We also have a media department that works with our songwriters and builds music videos. They work our live productions. They work photography. We've got students that are running audio engineering during rehearsals, and they're doing recording. We obviously jumped in and did a lot of recording this year at home, and the kids have become very hungry to explore more of that, which is awesome. I also have my hand in the California All-State Music Educator Conference as a board member of California Band Directors Association. And I work with them, and so we've kind of taken these little soldiers and nudged into the traditional world. I taught band and orchestra for 10 years before I came to the dark side of commercial music, and am very, very happy that California is beginning to embrace, very slowly, but slowly going to embrace what we're doing in the pop music world to reach the other 80% of students on our campuses that aren't necessarily interested in playing oboe or violin or singing.
So, and Danielle has touched on a thing that we find pretty sometimes challenging, I'm just going to say, in the CTE and arts conversation. Like we are firm believers that CTE education in the arts is good education in the arts, because you're preparing kids for what they're passionate about and showing them that they can have careers in those spaces. And we've hit challenges, especially in the music education world. And Danielle's lived in both worlds there, which I don't actually see as 2 worlds, and I think that's the big piece. And Mike too, you really like straddle the music education world and the commercial music, and it's really interesting because we have currently in California music pathways, music education. It's called professional music, and our professional music pathways are supposed to be basically preparing students for careers in industry, all the things Laura described. But often we see traditional music programs struggling with that marriage, right? And so as a cohort here, a lot of what we're doing together is trying to build those opportunities to make it easier. So I'm gonna actually ping this one, Mike, to you to talk a little bit about, and then I'll go to you next, Laura, so be thinking about this. To be thinking about what is the curriculum package and the things that 1500 Sound Academy has developed to really try and make this easier for teachers across the nation, especially in the music education space, to get both professional learning from the assets you've created, but also to get access to high quality curriculum. And I know this is kind of in the works. So, but you can talk a little bit about that because you're like the mastermind behind it. And then we'll go to you, Laura, for some of the virtual opportunities that you've presented internationally for students. So.
Sure. Well, thanks, Allison. Absolutely. So at 1500 Sound Academy, we are so fortunate that our co-founders are two multi-Grammy winning songwriter producers, Lawrence Dobson and James Fauntleroy. That opportunity as an institution doesn't happen every day. So with that, we have a bevy of unbelievable resources at our disposal. One of the things that we did to create the curriculum is that we basically backwards mapped it to the hard and soft skills or essential skills that James and Lawrence use every day in the studios and in, co-writing with artists and everything that they do. So just by the nature of structuring our programs that way, it's already career mapped, right? It kind of cuts out some of the fat that, traditional institutions would put in a 4-year degree. And it just kind of gets you all the information you need, or at least that James and Lawrence feel are appropriate for careers today. So the program has turned out to be a boot camp style program. So it's short in nature, but it's very intense. 6 months, 6 courses in music production, songwriting, engineering, mixing, music business, and artist branding. And it's really, really an effective program. I've had several students place out of the program into career, entry-level jobs in the career. As an example, we have students working at the record plant. We have students working as part of artist teams. We have students embarking on their own artist journey. So I kind of think that this is a disruptive approach, honestly, because I come from traditional higher education as a student and a practitioner, and I've always been really passionate about that career pathway. Just sharing my own example, when I graduated from college, I had maybe 40% of what was really necessary to be successful in a career. I always think of it as 5 criteria or 5 building blocks, right? I needed to have instrument skills. I needed to have musicianship skills, music business acumen, music production skills, and then general literacy. I had a couple of those, but definitely didn't have music production, didn't have music business. And they kind of just sent me out and said, good luck. We're not going to teach you how to get a gig or keep a gig, but good luck with that. I think we as educators and institutions can do so much better and really give the students the proper information that they need, but then also the mentorship and the guidance as they get to that pathway, and really help them land in the professional world in an entry-level position where then they can take it and completely blossom from there.
Thank you. And I'm going to toss that over to you, Laura. And just to be continued in terms of building this model curriculum so that it will be accessible to CTE programs. It's one of the projects we're working on together. So we want to make sure that the work 1500 has done in the development will be something that teachers in public schools will be able to utilize down the road. So Laura, can you talk a little bit about some of this? I actually forgot what my question was because that's where my brain is right now, but
I'll just rip. I'll just totally rip, Allison. Yeah, I think it can segue really, really well off of what Mike was speaking about, right? It is having sort of beyond the classroom learning that supports what's happening in the classroom, but takes those skill sets that are so critical. So, sometimes I will say that we use music as our hook to some extent, because skill sets that are part of the curriculum that is baked across all of our programs does focus on, and I know we toss around different words, with soft skills is just too passive of a way, I think, to present it, but like these essential skills. And so we focus and we measure students coming in and out of programs in the areas of their collaboration skills, communication skills, creativity, and critical thinking skills. So that's baked into all the work that we're doing. And when we started this work in more of a workforce development within the music industry, we did a landscape analysis, and we used ONET and we used Live Nation, of course, and we looked at recurring skill sets that were needed across. And really, the initial goal was, what are the hard skills that we need to pull out in these different pathway areas? But what we were ultimately finding as employers saying so often, I can teach these hard skill sets. I need somebody that can communicate, that is a critical thinker, that has the ability to read a room, etc. And so that sort of became built into the work that we're doing. But that said, within our curriculum, you know, we get started in spaces of understanding what a marketing strategy is, you know, the process behind developing brand and the importance of that. And honestly, with young creatives, and this goes beyond K-12, like, what do you need in order to promote? If somebody says to me, hey, Laura, I'm going to be in Las Vegas, can you help me find some gigs? And I say, do you have a website? Shoot me over your APK. Oh, I don't have that stuff. Like, well, so these are things, right, that are just sort of practical business skill sets that are important, and making sure, again, with bookers and buyers, is this the way that you want to receive content, so we have relevancy of young people? And I don't want to bogart the conversation here, but you know, we have been, up until 2020, an in-person program model. So I had staff across the country doing programming in communities. And when we were able to pivot about 2 weeks into the shutdown, because we are a remote team, and so we had some of these things sort of already under our belt, and we just said, okay, let's do this way. And so we were delivering our workshops and virtual performances, and our industry sessions, our conversations with industry in a virtual world. And it did allow us to expand. So although we focus a lot of our work in the state of California, because it's our home base and because of the creative economy of California, we are able to now serve not just students in the US, we've had students from Dubai and the UK and et cetera coming into our program. So that's something that virtual has done for us, but it's also made us realize, like, how do we strengthen our content so that teachers and students, because we also want to allow for the individual as well as the classroom teacher or the classroom to access our content. So we continue to build our virtual content and putting some, spoiler alert, Allison, we're starting with a contractor next week to build out our marketing module so that it can be an opportunity to access worksheets, content material, video content, day in the life, for synchronous and asynchronous learning opportunities. And so there's that piece of it, and then getting them into venues, getting them into office spaces, getting them into internships and mentorships is sort of that next phase of the model that we have. And there's nothing like the real thing to some degree when you get to that level of mentorship and on-site work-based learning.
Laura, I'd love to comment on that.
I was going to toss to you, and then Herb, be thinking, because there's something I want you to talk about in terms of international audience, and then the CT, like why it's important to do this in CTE classrooms. So that's going to you. I'm going to give you something to chew on. Danielle.
Yeah, thanks. So Mike and Laura both touched a little bit on kind of creating opportunities for their learners to work in an environment that is similar to a workforce environment. And so I want to talk for a moment about how I've seen that model and how I've utilized that style of model in a form of what we call personalized learning in the education world. And it's somewhat new, maybe 5 or 10 years old, but it essentially, the best way I can explain it is that I think of my space on my campus as a business in a community of a school. And each of those locations on the campus serve the city at a different purpose, right? And so my purpose is production, for example, and I'm going to provide culture and opportunities for marketing and performance and recording and just providing my city music, or my students' city music. With that in mind, we use this personalized platform by creating those roles or mimicking those roles within that business. And it's incredibly difficult to teach these soft skills when you've got every kid doing the same roles in every classroom at the same time. They don't have an opportunity to read the room because everyone's sort of staring at each other going, who's going to wrap the cables? Who's going to, move the speakers out? Who's going to plug things in? But when you start creating opportunities for students to try out roles and responsibilities that would mimic the professional industry, they start to get that chance because they're the only one responsible for that at the time. And I think that touches a little bit on what Mike mentioned as well, is that, some of these roles are, it's necessary to know lots and lots of these different roles. And so when you give these students small chances to serve these roles, annually or biannually, they can have those opportunities to read the room. They can gain some of those soft skills, and they can find their strengths within their own community on the campus.
Thank you. And I feel like
Can I hop in real quick, Allison? Because so we did this super dope project with LAUSD, like a 10-week with them, and there was a project-based learning experience within it. And exactly to your point, Danielle, like we could have said, you have to do this, you have to do this. But we said, okay, in this group, here's the essential skills and characteristics of a booker and a buyer. Who within this group is going to take that role? Who's the marketer? Who's the design person? Who's the operations director? And so giving them titles that mirror the industry and giving them sort of that job description. Exactly to your point, we were doing it virtually, but they owned that space and they really took pride in it. And frankly, at the end of the session, some of them said, like, I had no idea that I was really good at that thing and I really liked it. I want to know more about it. So thank you for bringing that up, because I definitely agree. And I saw it happen in a way that was completely virtual and just an assigned title that they took on.
Well, and that's the only reason I'm in this job. I mean, I have to just say it, like Jack, who was my predecessor, came and watched our program when I was in the classroom, and we called it going to work at school. So that is CTE of the arts. You cannot run a CTE arts program and make it a strictly rehearsal program. Like, that is not CTE. If you are running a music tradition, and guess what? The music foundations are essential to CTE education. And you can't have a CTE pathway that's exclusively rehearsal, because this type of project-based learning mirrors industry. And so for our classrooms to be CTE classrooms, they have to mirror industry, and industry works in teams, and industry has different roles. And so it's our job as CTE educators to learn from the industry, to figure out how to mirror those roles in our classroom and to really translate that experience for students. And I mean, that's honestly how I got kind of recruited into this job I'm in, because that's the way I ran my program when I was a teacher for 15 years, is that we went to work at school. And I had an administration that was like, and I was an English teacher in an integrated performing arts CTE program. And I was like, but I don't need to be teaching my novel right now. Like, this is learning, right? And so I had that mindset. We were able to kind of knock down the doors and integrate fully and understand you can get literacy through multiple means. So I'm going to shift back to the questions I sent out, and thank you for that, because I think that's really important for the audience to hear. And as Jack mentioned, some real insight into pedagogical approaches into a CTE music classroom. So Herb, you and I have been working together now for a while, since October, on really trying to build some opportunities connecting creative industry to public education. And your work in Pensado's Place has an international audience. And some of the things we've heard, and Laura's actually everybody, all my industry folks here have said that same story. Like, there are no regional workforce boundaries in the entertainment industry, right? So I'm hoping you can kind of speak a little bit about our work together, Herb, and then talk about what your international audience looks like and how Pensado's Place interacts with people from all over, to help facilitate this kind of knowledge of industry and the experience of professionals. So I'll pass.
Okay, and I'll do it in reverse. We were blessed a little bit by ignorance and a little bit of, when I came up with the idea for Pensado's Place was 2010. The first confirmation that we had that it worked was a student from Taipei sent us a picture of them gathered around their computer screen looking at us. What elevated Pensado's Place was, within about 4 months, education drafted us. We had 20 schools, then 80 schools, then 160 schools from around the globe. And what we learned over time, and we've done, all kinds of sort of focus groups and other kinds of things, is we were giving it to them straight, no chaser, from the people who are actually doing it. And they were experiencing what it's really like, not what it's theoretically like, not what it's, and the ups and downs. How do you get through those challenges? So it was technical stuff, it was soft skills, or whatever word you want, essential skills. It was what happens when you fail. It was mental health. This was 2010, 2011. And then we grew, and all of a sudden it became this thing where now we have a very robust live event business. We go out and speak to tons of people, and we put on the actual learning experience there. So when you have somebody from Coldplay and somebody from Alicia Keys and somebody from Drake and somebody else, and they're saying, here's what you do in the studio. And then we make, I use that word generously, we have our panelists spend time with the people afterwards. So it's one thing, I call it, come see the monkeys, and you just see the monkeys in the cage, you go away. We make sure they spend time, they actually can make connections, and they walk away, and we give away hundreds of thousands of dollars, which Allison knows and Danielle knows, of tools to people to say, this is also a community. And it's a community that has rules, and it has things that you have to do, and that you have to honor it. And because we try to teach people, and if I can tell you the number of parents that have come up to us in tears saying, you helped us make a decision, the number of kids who've come up and said, because of you, I've gone on here. We had the pleasure yesterday of making sure that Danielle could tour a legendary studio in Nashville called the Blackbird Academy, called Blackbird Studios and the Blackbird Academy. This John McBride is Martina McBride's husband. We started with their school when they first opened, and in 4 years, it became the 4th leading school in audio. And it's an amazing thing. And John would not allow me to have one of his staffers take Danielle around. He wanted to do it. And that is kind of what we hope the community will do. So the point I'm making is that that kind of active, engaged, integrated learning with truth, and very specific stuff, people eat up. They want as a consultant to 1500 Sound Academy and to Berkeley and to Blackbird Academy and Abbey Road Institute in Miami, I'm a consultant to lots of things. The thing that really works is I'm seeing education become more targeted, more specific, cut to the chase, multi-gender, and our audience is 16 to 60. Literally every genre. So the thing that's also fascinating is now all this A-list talent that we have on every single week, which I can tell you after 10 years trying to keep that up is a chore, but it's more and more and more. They all now want to become educators. And it doesn't matter if they're also producing Post Malone. It's not all the guys and ladies who are not hot anymore. It's current people. They understand the value in it. It has to do with affects their studios and their teams. The better people they get, the more efficient their systems are. And we also talk across the board. So in Laura's space, we have front of house people. We have that kind of stuff. I'm a business guy, so marketing. We have lawyers. We have everybody on. And lastly, I would say, and I'll get to what we're doing with Allison, we have learned in our particular thing, music, as you guys have talked about, is such a gateway drug in a good way. And when you use it properly, and then what we found is that if you add the word audio, so the pathways that we show is we have shown audio pathways, because those same skills we learn in music can be used in forensics and can be used in the military and can be used in sports. And when we spoke at Google, they see music people as tech workers. So they were interested in drafting people who learn music for tech. And so we have probably 20, 30 pathways that make people go, oh my God, I can do that? Yeah, we just did a thing with Cedars-Sinai Hospital because I got contacted by I think he's a pediatric surgeon, but he's also an EDM artist. So he contacted me about music, and I flipped it on him and said, I want you to be my medical correspondent for sound. And Cedars-Sinai flipped out. And so we talked about sound in nuclear medicine and in echo and in ultrasound. And I didn't know that big hospitals had audio departments that control sound for operating rooms and for surgeries and in hallways. Well, those are jobs. And those are pathways that if you don't mix Imagine Dragons in our world, or if you don't become the booker for, you know, the Seattle auditorium, or if you don't, whatever it is, it doesn't mean your skill set can't be used someplace. We love showing people that. It just illuminates. Our line is there's no place in the world that's silent. So there's audio everywhere, which means there's job opportunities everywhere. Now, fast forward to my new boss, Allison. The thing that is wonderful about this CTE thing is the spirit, first of all, for me, that we are teaching people to think in new ways, to make what we know not only opportunistic in terms of teaching students, pulling underserved communities up, making sure that gender is included, and that the opportunities in the digital era are exploding if you do it right. And also teaching citizenship and good community skills, and also alerting people that if you don't do the work, you can't be part of it. That this is privileged work, not entitled work. It's an opportunity to be a pop steward is a privilege, and you get to affect culture. So you got to come in and do the right thing and be trained by the right people and make those things and teach people how to network. As the soft skills word comes up, probably in our talks, when we're requested to go places, which are all over the country and virtually all over the world, that is half of what they want to learn about. And so what's amazing about what Allison has provided us, and I've been able to bring people in like Mike and other things, is watching us be able to put our hands in and put in language for laws and be able to teach people how to look at this differently and to look at funding opportunities and potentially public-private relationships, and then watch them get enthusiastic when they start to understand. Allison will call me breathless. It happened yesterday. Oh my God, I just got off the phone with this person. They understand what they're doing. They are just so on board. Well, they're on board what we all teach, what we all love, what we all have a passion for, and what we're recrafting in this new way to be effective and help students come forward.
Yeah, and I think that call was with industrial relations. And so that's the intersection Hert's talking about. So this is, you know, while, as Mike mentioned, he works with a lot of private industry, and so does Laura, right? She finds that intersection. There is a public lane to this work. There is the philanthropic side of this work. And so there's a way I feel like to you know, there's a lot of interest right now in our government in the state of California in building youth apprenticeships. And so the work that we're all doing together, and Laura will be on a call tomorrow with industrial relations with all of us, is how do we build this as a viable registered pipeline program for students that will then lead to job placement and hiring. And so it doesn't stop at the end of your CTE pathway, which is where a lot of the times we see those opportunities kind of just fizzle away. Like there needs to be a bridge. And as Herb mentioned, and as Laura had mentioned with the work with Music Forward, this is especially important to make sure students in under-resourced rural and inner city urban communities have the same opportunities that the kids have in suburban communities like Huntington Beach. And Danielle's like, when I went and saw Danielle's program, I'm like, oh my God, I want to be this when I grow up. Like when I was a teacher and it was before she started there, I was like, this is a public school. And I'm not throwing, like Huntington Beach is a public/private school, right? Like they have a lot of parent support, a lot of funding that goes into making that the greatest opportunity. We want every school to be like that, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you have the parent support. And that's the commitment I see from these industry partners, is that is the same philosophy that is driving the conversations with 1500 Sound Academy and making sure they're able to make things accessible to public schools. Same conversation Laura and I have been having for the last couple years, and all the work they're doing. And I do feel like our relationships are all very reciprocal. Like you're my thought partners. Like my work's driven by your advisory. And I feel like a lot of the times our conversations, really beautiful things and opportunities emerge for public education. And so it's really nice to see that unfold, and to have you all, like my other panel and like my partners in the next panel, here and willing to kind of just have this conversation. So we are at a time where we're going to take questions from the audience, and we don't have very many for this panel, but I'm going to invite the audience to please drop any questions in the Q&A. You know, we can all talk forever, but we wanted to make sure, and I see some are in the chat, so I'll try and scan both. And I'm going to actually give us end 5 minutes early so that we can actually have a proper break, or I can. Oh, actually, I don't need to. I'm not facilitating the next panel. So let me look at the chat really quick and questions. And some of our other panelists are here for the next panel too. And thank you, audience, for being here. I mean, we've had a solid attendance, which is amazing. Okay. Jack?
As Allison kind of scans, I just want to take note, because I know that the individuals on this call aren't necessarily audio production or music. They're all arts, but I hope that in speaking with these different industry partners and educators throughout the day, all of you have been able to see how we are all crossing over these lines. As Allison mentioned, she was an English teacher doing this. So we're not, hoping that these styles of preparation are brand or style or genre specific. So many of the greatest ideas that I've had in the last year have come from a dance teacher and a math teacher. And so I'm happy that all of you are on this call, and I really hope that you're able to kind of read between the lines and say, I know how to have my teachers do that. I can help with that. I know how I can translate that. So thank you for being here, everyone.
Thank you for making, Herbie, you're muted. Thank you for making that point, Danielle, because one of the things that was mentioned in the last panel, actually, I think the last two, it was maybe the first one anyways, is this is all about teamwork for us, for you and your school sites, for us at the national level for ACTE, right? They open this door to expose the nation to something that's not generally really respected in the CTE world, and you guys are proving to this audience that it is that the arts can and should be CTE in the entertainment industry. There is work. There is work in a lot of different spaces. So since we don't have a lot of questions, Mike, and Herb, do you guys have any, and Laura, do you guys each have some final thoughts or words you want to share?
I'll share quickly. In listening to everybody speak, which has been great, I feel like I'm a student on this panel instead of a participant. I think the one thing that sticks out to me is just about having vision and being open-minded, right? As an educator, if you can reimagine your program to be aligned, more career-centric, you can make anything happen, essentially. You know, Allison, you were talking earlier about traditional music programs in high school and how they're all rehearsal based. And I was thinking, not only are they all rehearsal based, they're all geared towards potentially driving those students to go study music in college. It's nothing about career, right? It's all about going to higher education. So, you know, using Danielle's point of we're going to work at school and this is our workplace. Well, if you're a band director, you know, okay, we have a gig coming up, and regardless of what type of gig, it could be a concert band gig, it could be an orchestra gig. We have all these different aspects of the gig. We have the production, we have the performance, we have the marketing, everything. Even if your program is traditional, if you visualize it that way, you can begin to bring in these other elements that could change the game right away, I think. So I think it's just, you know, having an open mind to that visualization and then taking the steps to make it happen.
I agree, Mike. I'll just chime in really quickly. The inspiration so often comes, to Danielle's point, to Mike's point, to Laura's point, it so often comes from other places. And if you're not open to the other places, you're going to miss tremendous things. And it works both ways. The supply chain works both ways. So math teacher or home ec person or whatever the case may be, you may find some real interesting stuff over here that works with us and be able to utilize kind of what we do because your students may be into it, and you can translate it to other kinds of learning in your space. And we will also draw from you about things like, you know, there's a complete connection between audio production and what we want to do and coding. And once we sort of stitch that together, we're growing monstrous, talented people, and also not putting them through the traditional steps. If you're 16 and all you have is one of the most successful audio people in our business is a guy named Mixed by Ali. He had one machine when he was 16 years old. That's all he ever did. And he just turned into a monster. Post Malone's producer uses a 1929 Acer computer that you damn near have to hand crank. And he said, that's I use that and a little interface and that's it. Well, when people see that, they go, oh my God, I have the ability to do something or do something in the live space, whatever the case may be. So it's really exciting to, as Mike and everybody said, open up, get input in, put stuff out, and then constantly evolve. And then we're teaching on the cutting edge instead of being boring yesterday kind of folks.
Yeah, I agree with Herb, and I debated whether this was a shameless plug, but I think it's universal enough to not feel like I'm just hawking here. But you know, I think for a lot of the work that I do, and I've done nonprofit work forever because I'm old, but oftentimes I think that it's very difficult because so much is placed on the classroom teacher, and so it's very difficult to pull in these sort of out of the box opportunities. But oftentimes it can simplify because you find the right nonprofit or community-based partner, and that staff and those board members have this network that is full of people that your students are interested in driving into that space. And so you really start to build opportunity, and whether we like it or not, it's much cooler to hear Herb come into a classroom and talk about something versus, sorry, Danielle, you, right? Because you're always there. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, there's, it's all perception, of course, Herb, right? But it's like, again, it's so important, I think, to just take those opportunities to say, like, who's doing this? And, it's our mission to diversify the music industry. So we're going to step in and we're going to bring all of our resources into your space to support that, because it fulfills our mission and it helps you to uplift and supplement what you're trying to do and get those voices of the industry into your spaces in a real and meaningful way. So that's why I felt it was a little bit of a plug. But even in other spaces, like if I don't know, I'm going to find that other nonprofit partner or that community org and say, we don't do studio production, but our kids are interested in it. Can we get a DJ and a producer to come in and talk to our students? Like,
absolutely.
And you know what, and I'm going to zip this up, but you just spoke to a couple things. One, that it's a collaborative, not competitive space that we in education work in. Two, there is a wealth of opportunities and sometimes people need to tap into them. Three, work-based learning is essential to career technical education pathways. And that, honestly, I'm going to say this because to me, like as a teacher in the classroom, and Danielle's like and Kim, who's on the line, who will be the next, she's my CTE dance teacher colleague. Like, we know that's like essential. Like, that's foundational. That's before anything work-based learning in a CTE arts classroom. I can't tell you how hard, I had workshops that DreamWorks was hosting and I couldn't get teachers to sign their kids up. So there's also this really strange kind of like mind, and forgive me, but as a teacher, I feel like I can say this, there needs to be kind of an ego shift in public education in the classroom. We are not the centers of our students' universe. We need to bring in our industry partners to really inspire, engage the learners. It is not like I had this opportunity to take, sorry, I'm going to rant again for 2 seconds. I had an opportunity to take 40 kids to see Hamilton. I had science teachers trying to tell me they couldn't go. And we were doing behind the scenes tours because their science lesson was more important than a kid who's never been to San Francisco to go see Hamilton and get a tour. So, and to understand, like, we had an electrician come, the electrician at the Broadway show talked to the students about those career pathways. We had the house management, and this was at SHN in San Francisco, the team for house management come and talk about all of their roles. And I'm thinking to myself, as I'm hosting these statewide virtual opportunities, how come we can't get teachers to show up? Like, what is that? Even in the CTE classrooms. So that's food for Kim to chew on the next panel, because she's heard me rant about this like endlessly, and she's a good friend as well. And then I also just texted my good friend and partner, Dejan, who's also on the next panel, something that I'm going to drop in the chat that just dropped from Variety Magazine that's in alignment with all of this conversation topic. A new tax credit program just launched in California saying you want to reap the benefits of our dollars, then in your productions, you need to make sure that you employ a diverse workforce. And this is very interesting and hopefully something that we're going to see nationwide. But I think this is the spirit of the work we're doing. And this is why our industry partners want to work with K-12 public education, because college has become very cost prohibitive in a lot of spaces, and these jobs don't require a 4-year degree. A lot of them don't, right? And Mike said what Jack said to me all along. He's like, I went to Cal Arts. No one told me about a union. No one told me, and we're really engaging our labor partners in this music space. And I have an update for both Mike and Herb on this because I just talked to John over at AFL, right? The musicians, at the Musicians Union, and he is all in. Like, he wants to work with us. So anyways, and by the way, Dejan, he is, I think he was the vice president and he knows Tom very well. So we're really trying to bring together our labor partners to make sure that this is kind of viable across the board. Okay. Thank you. You are all the best. I so appreciate you. I'll see many of you tomorrow. Yeah. Actually, maybe all of you, because Danielle, I'll need to update you on that. And we're going to take a 5-minute break and pivot to the last panel that is I am going to be an audience member for, and I'm going to pass it to the lovely Felicia to kind of run the show. So audience, you're welcome to take your 5-minute break as well, obviously, and we will resume in just a minute here. Thank you. And next, thank you. Next panel, you're welcome to pop your cameras on when you feel like it.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our fourth panel and the last one before we wrap up for today. So this is the panel on connecting production and performing arts to careers, alternative career pathways in production for stage and screen. I'm so excited about this one since this is the category in which my work falls. As you may already know, I'm Felicia Latoya Brown, president of the Career and Technical Education Association of New Jersey, also known as CTE-ANJ, and I am a CTE theater teacher for Trenton Central High School in Trenton, New Jersey. Besides all of that, I'm also the regional programming director for the American Alliance for Theater and Education, handling the Theater in Our Schools campaign. So as you can tell, I'm like all theatered out. Would each of the panelists please introduce yourselves by giving your name, your organization, your position, all of that. Let's start with Kim.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kim Hoy, and I have the pleasure of being here. Thank you, Allison, for inviting me. I am a CTE dance educator as well as the CTE teacher on special assignment here at Ojai Unified School District. My high school is Nordhoff High School, and I'm also the past president of California Dance Education Association. I just completed 2.5 years. Excuse me, as co-president, and really focus energy on supporting the development of dance credential programs here in our state so that our students in our dance studios and dance classrooms have places that might be ready for them and welcoming of them when they're ready to transition to being teachers. So thanks so much for having me.
Thank you for being here. Dejan Ellis.
Good morning, good afternoon. FYI, I'm trying to turn my video on, but it said the host stopped. And since the host stopped my video, it won't let me turn it back on. But you don't need to see my ugly face anyway. My name is Dejan Ellis Jr. I'm part of the International Alliance Theatrical Stage Employees Union, Local 80 specifically. Oh, there we go, start my video. Hi. I'm a business agent with Local 80 here in Hollywood, California. I'm also on the executive council for the Diversity, Equality and Inclusion Committee for the all of IATSE, which encompasses North America. That's United States, Canada, and the territories of the United States. I look forward to my partnership with Allison. We've been partnering recently in the last few months on career pathways education, and I'm happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, and Dominic?
Yeah, well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Dominic Hosio. As you can probably tell from my accent, I'm not originally from around these parts. I'm originally from the UK. I've been in the United States since about 1997, which I'm reliably informed is a long time ago. I'm based in New York. I started a production company back in 2001. And so I do a lot of different types of live event production. And about 10 or 15 years ago, we started to move into kind of the live event safety space. And so I'm also an outreach trainer as well, with a focus on the entertainment industry.
Okay, thank you so much. It looks like our other panelist is in the attendee section and not in the panelist section. So Karen Greenfield is here. Lauren, can you fix that so she can come into the side if possible? All right, while they are doing that, we're gonna go ahead and start. I sent them all different questions. Allison runs in a way that I wish I did. I told her, like, I thought I had a lot of energy until I met Allison, and then I was like, wow, she's like me on like 100. Like she's on a whole different level. And I'm so amazed by all she does. So I sent you guys questions that we'll go through, and then we'll talk as things happen. And there's Karen. All right, so I'm gonna let Karen introduce herself before we go into the questions.
Thank you, Felicia. And I
I apologize. I've had computer issues today. I had to reboot right before this. So my name is Karen Greenfield. I am Education and Training Coordinator at USITT, and I am supporting the Backstage CTE exam, and I'll let you keep moving on.
Thank you so much. All right, so I'm going to start with Kim, because you're the only dance one we have here. Everyone else, it's like there's some other theater aspect. And look, I say at theaters and everything, so theaters and dances in theater as well. But what makes a CTE dance curriculum different from a regular elective dance class?
Great question. I have been a teacher here for 17 years teaching dance. I taught for 10 years prior to teaching dance. I was always a dancer. When I think about how my program evolved, my program started out really as an elective single dance class. And students were here, they earned physical education credit. We had the chance to teach a variety of genres. There was a show. But the shift to CTE really meant taking time to look at the CTE standards and to identify how those could be embedded over time. And so the course that started us off, Dance 1, is really just a building block and has the beginnings of those CTE experiences. However, I now have almost a 4-course sequence for my program. My 3rd year and 4th year students are in the same class together just because we're a small high school. But ultimately, we are still connected to visual and performing arts standards, but the longer students are in the program, the more we are driven by our CTE standards. So for example, my choreography honors course is very project-based. It's definitely focused on, all right, we've got various different projects we're working on and everyone has a slightly different job. I just had the very fortunate opportunity to produce an outdoor live show, which I know is not typical right now given our circumstances. So right outside this building, we were able to have an outdoor show on May 22nd. And my students all had a variety of different jobs related to the show. Some of them were managing social media, some of them were producing the marketing aspect of the show. All of them were responsible for some aspect of choreography. So if you can imagine that shift, you know, for example, before it was sort of like, well, teacher is teacher and kids are learners. If anything, CTE has meant we're all constantly learning. And I work to some degree in tandem with our school leadership teacher, and we have long conversations about how the shift to CTE has meant that we are very much like a leadership development program, just as much as we are a program that teaches students how to dance. So that is really exciting. That's, I think, a huge piece of it. And I would just offer this. The other thing that's incredibly different is having students over multiple years and being able to develop really deep relationships with them. I know Allison was mentioning in the prior panel, she wants me to speak to a question about kind of like, how can teachers get out of their own way? So I'm happy to address that because it is related to that relational side of teaching and also a real selfless, I think, approach that we have to have. But I have some thoughts on it. I'm happy to share when the time is right.
Yeah, I agree with you totally. When you said that idea of the teachers are now also becoming the learners, oh my goodness, these last 3 years of me in CTE theater teaching, yeah, I've been in the industry and I've been in the classroom, but to do it in CTE, there's a whole different level, and I'm constantly learning, constantly. I'm like, and there are times where the kids surpass me in the learning, and I'm like, okay, now I'm gonna sit and you go on and teach this session because you got that before I could.
And we've all become skilled at trying things that perhaps might have been scary. So thinking about, gosh, a year and a half ago, would we have been filming ourselves at home and producing our own edited work? No, but we're all doing that kind of work now. And I think it's really forced us to say, okay, how can we stay fresh and innovative? And some of that we're going to keep. Like, I'm not going to just be like, well, I only did that during COVID. I'm looking right now for what's the low-hanging fruit? What are the assignments that will keep some of those CTE experiences alive and keep my students doing film and video work. I don't want to say too much, but I will offer that my own child was in the class of 2020 and has become an incredibly adept film editor. She's now in college studying to be an actor. But I've told her, gosh, what a great set of skills you had to learn. And now you can take those forward with you. So I think that's really, really magical that students know, you know, just because you're in dance doesn't mean that's the only thing you're going to do. You know, a CTE dance background will prepare you for so many different possibilities. So that's really exciting.
Thank you. Thank you. I will come back to you with other questions as well. I'll probably just keep mixing it up so that we keep hearing from everyone. Dejan, can you please give us a synopsis for the process of becoming a member of IATSE? Because I always saw IATSE as like that big thing that you only go to if you really, really, really know what you're doing, and stay clear of it if you don't.
Well, we have many different levels of, you know, expertise and experience amongst our members. Again, the international is truly international, North America and Canada, and we're split up in different regions and districts. For filmmaking and television, primarily in California, we call it West Coast, the West Coast Agreement. And we have a specific way, we have 13 locals, which encompasses the 13 crafts that it takes to make a film and television. Everything from grips to set lighting personnel to cameramen, wardrobe, makeup, and so forth. Each local has a slightly different way or a slightly different path it takes to get into the local, but for the most part, in general, most locals, you have to get 30 union days to qualify to get on the union roster. But you can't work on a union show unless you're a union member. So there's a little obstacle there, a little weirdness that happens. So basically, the way you get on a union show not being a member, if all the members are hired off the roster, if we do what we say, we release it to permits, and you're allowed to hire off-roster permits, and that's a way you can get in. Another way is if you're on a show that's an independent show that's non-union that ends up signing a contract with the IA. At that point, all your days previous and all the days going forward on that particular project qualifies you to get on the roster. And then you get your 30 days, and then you pay an initiation fee, which is different for every local, and that's how you join. There are some differences between the unions, you know, here in California compared to New York. There's a different process compared to in the middle of the country, like Georgia, and then Canada, they have different processes too. But that's how we do it here in Southern California.
Now, you were saying that on the West Coast, when you're dealing with IATSE, you deal mainly with film and television. Are there some people who are part of IATSE that bounce between stage and dealing with the screen?
Most definitely. And we also have different locals, like, so we have stagehands, local 33. Now, they don't necessarily make movies and television at local, but we have members who are local 80 grips who work on TV and film, and who are also local 33 stagehands who work at theaters or live event venues like the Staples Center, the Pantages Theater, the Greek Theater, Hollywood Bowl. And you'll have members that go back and forth, but you have to be a member of those particular locals to be able to go back and forth. The skill set is pretty much the same. If you're rigging for film or television, you're rigging for the same kind of equipment you're using in theater. It kind of differentiates when you get into actual theater type rigging on stage. There's a different type of system, but it's very similar cross utilization of the skill sets needed.
So in thinking about that, so when I think about the CTE programs, because, you know, there's the theater ones, and then there are ones that are specifically for film and television. But for instance, I teach a general theater program. So I'm teaching like every aspect of theater. And when I think about that, I think about the fact that there is that crossover between the two, and trying to make sure that my students understand that there are some similarities, though there are definitely differences, but there are some similarities as well. Thank you. And that kind of, that throws me towards Dominic. And Dominic is from Lenki and Limey. He is the principal there. And he has, so this has come up as people who were in the very early session heard me say, a lot of what happened today came because of questions that I had and searching for how to help my program. And then it was like, and this whole world of arts, media, and entertainment were opened up to me. Well, in the search of things, I came across Lenki and Limey and was like, what is this? So Dominic, can you tell us about this OSHA for Entertainment training that you do? How did this form and come about? Like, is it definitely OSHA approved? Like, you know, that kind of stuff. Can you just let us know a little bit about that?
Sure, absolutely. So one of the first things I want to start with is what we say to people is, regardless of the framework, effective safety is not about getting people to follow the rules, of which there are many. It's about changing the way people think. And we change the way that people look at the world. And you know, how did it come about? Well, the bottom line is, because in my opinion, the most dangerous idea in entertainment is the show must go on. And it's fine, the show must go on, but it must go on safely. And, you know, I kept saying to myself, but we build pretend houses for pretend people. And whether, you know, when I've worked on Broadway or the West End or the Super Bowl, I have never worked on a single event that was worth a death or a life-changing injury. And I, you know, just give everybody a warning, I'm going to talk about a little bit of tragedy right now. I've personally, in my own career, seen at least 12 colleagues and friends die. And I have seen, you know, life-changing injuries, a lot of them. And that's before we even start talking about mental health and people's struggles with suicidal ideation and depression and things like that. I also like to say that I'm a walking example of one life-changing injury after another. One of the reasons I enjoy teaching it is because I can say, don't do what I did. So I love what I do, but about 15 years ago, I started thinking, there must be a better way to do this. And I was kind of overwhelmed, to be perfectly honest with you, how vulnerable workers are who work in the industry in general, but especially young and new workers. I mean, there is something like in the first 2 years of your career, there is a 30% increase in risk of you having a life-changing injury. And so we started to try and think about how we could be safer, just in general in the production we were doing. And we started to realize that there were other groups out there. And that's really where the training came from. It came from a desire to share that information and not, you know, we often in the entertainment industry, and I'm sure Dijon and Karen will have some similar experiences, but there's a lot of silos within the entertainment industry. You can literally work in a particular aspect of the industry and never meet somebody that you've been working adjacent to for 20 or 30 years. So we basically took the OSHA course and said, how do we use the framework of OSHA and make it relevant to people who work in the entertainment industry? We felt that the OSHA course offered the necessary structure and obviously the regulation, and it comes with a baseline credibility, but essentially we needed to make it relevant because there's a lot of people in our industry who kind of look at a lot of the regulation and goes, how does that possibly apply to me? Because one of the other jokes I like to make is most of us ran away to join the circus and we didn't sign up to follow a bunch of rules. In terms of OSHA approved, yes. So I am what is called an OSHA outreach trainer. And just to show my ability in over explanation, believe it or not, there is no such thing as OSHA approved anything. OSHA doesn't approve things. They simply set standards and then make sure that people follow the standards. But so I went to what's called an OSHA Training Institute, and I took courses so that I was authorized to train both general industry and construction. And so, you know, we have essentially built that. And then one of the things we have to do, especially when we're teaching like this on a remote platform like this, we have to submit it to OSHA for approval. So anything we teach, they are approving the curriculum and what we're teaching, and we have to teach for a certain amount of time. If we're doing it in person, we have a little more flexibility because obviously in class environment. So that's a kind of a précis of how we got started.
Thank you so much. And I will come back to you also with questions because I'm sure that we're going to get some. And then there were others that I dropped in the thing. I want to touch base with Karen here because also in my search for things and where my connection happened with Jack and Dale led me to Karen and this whole backstage exam. So Karen, can you tell us a little bit about the backstage exam? And yes, go ahead.
Yes. Okay. So the backstage exam actually came from an exam called ESET, which was for professionals. But this exam has been developed for basic and comprehensive knowledge for high school technical theater students. And it's designed to evaluate the knowledge and work readiness of technical theater students at high school level. And of course, as we all know, there's so many like standards, the OSHA and IATSE and the different standards that we have to teach students, but there's so much and things change so much. So we have working groups and professionals who've been basically rewriting all of these questions for ESET as well as for the high school backstage exam for a long time, and probably will keep updating it and developing it to kind of meet the criteria of where students want to go. You know, students might not have an idea of what career path they want. And so, you know, this exam intends to encapsulate a wide array of career options and just kind of give students that chance to answer some basic questions. And then after they take the exam, they get a certificate. Hopefully they have a CTE credit attached to it, which it looks like we might be headed in that direction. So that's a really good thing.
Okay, thank you. And it's exciting. It's my kids were allowed to be a part of the pilot exam for this year, and I'm hoping will this launch to the public next year? Is that the plan or the goal?
So the plan is to have it launched in December, which would be the beta test. And it would still be open to all schools, but beta meaning it's the step after the pilot. So I'm so glad to hear that your students enjoyed the exam. I've heard from so many schools, teachers that just really, their students just really loved being part of it, especially because there's not anything as comparable. I mean, we do have some assessments, but it's definitely a unique one. And it's just been great to work with teachers and hear that.
Okay, I'm gonna come back to Dejan for a minute here. Can you talk about your passion for making sure young people have access to union jobs? I hear that as well. Allison let me know that that's one of your big passions. And I think this really goes along with what we're talking about in all of these areas, is this idea of how can our students be able to really get work, you know, when they finish with school or even right before they finish with school. So can you talk a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So my passion comes from a couple places. First off, I was born and raised in South Central Los Angeles. And also I've been in the business since I was 15 because my father was in the business. So one of the things early on that I learned about making movies and television in Los Angeles is you have to know someone to get these jobs. And it always perplexed me. And it always, even as a teenager, made me a little upset. And as I got older and as my peer group, hey man, I want to be a grip. Or how do I be a hairstylist? It was hard to guide them in that direction. These aren't jobs you would see in the classified section or on Craigslist. Well, you do a little bit in Craigslist, but in my time in the classified section of the Times, that's what we said. You can't find these jobs in the job section. You had to know someone, and I knew my dad, fortunately. So my passion started early on with trying to give people the information they needed to gain access into this industry. And then secondly, being a Black man in Hollywood, making film and television, I find myself constantly being an island, being the only person of color or the only African American person on the set out of a crew of 100 to 200 people. It's gotten a little better in the 25 years since I started, but quite honestly, there's a long way to go. And it's a very lonely feeling. There's microaggressions you have to deal with. There's people that don't respect you, or you have to kind of work harder to prove, especially as grips. We had very few African-American grips. So, if you think about in the 90s, early 90s going into to early 2000s, to show up as a referral and, as a grip, I wasn't a white guy with a beard or a bunch of tattoos. And so you automatically got this judgment attached to you. So that's where my passion is coming from also, because I'm quite honestly, I'm tired of being the island. I'm tired of being the only Black person on set, or the only person of color. So that's where it's come from, is to help my peer. It started with helping my peer group get into the industry, because I was the only person amongst my friends. Even before high school, even before I graduated, I was able to work on a show in the summer. And so I stood out amongst my peers, and I just couldn't help them get in. So my passion started there. And then as I got into the bigger projects and realized I'm the only Black person on this whole set that's a craftsperson, that's not a PA, or that's not a security guard at the location, my passion grew more and more. And, being appointed to the DEI committee for IATSE just helped feed that passion. Now it's kind of consuming me, and it's extra on top of my workload as a business agent, but I'm proud to do it, and I'm happy to do it.
Thank you. Like, you brought tears to my eyes. Thank you for not giving up, and for turning that around to now be a drive to helping the next generation. And I say that because I know the struggle. I'm actually, like, my background goes into musical theater performance, and a lot of my students over the years have asked me, well, Ms. Brown, how come you never went into like really doing film or television? And I know for myself, it's because I'm a tall, thick Black woman, and there's only certain roles that have been given to women like me in the past. And so when I look at what I'm doing with my CTE program, it's how do I best help all my students to be able to do whatever it is that's in their heart to do. If it's in your heart to be on stage, then let's do it. If it's on your heart to be a writer, then let's do it. If it's on your heart to be running the lights, let's do it. If you want to build set, if you want to do costumes, if you want to do, let's do it. Let's give you the foundations that you need to make this possible. And I know my dance teacher at our school, she's doing the same thing with her dance students. She's going, okay, what is your dream? Let's make it possible. So got choked up a little in hearing from you, because that is the drive. And I think that's, even as I heard all of the various people who spoke today, and even in this room, there is a drive to say, how do we help the next generation? We've learned ourselves. We've seen the gaps as we went through things in the industry. And now how do we fill those gaps? And I believe, like, each of you that's in this panel right now, there's a gap that you are specifically filling. That's beautiful, because it's like, yes, there's been a hole when it comes to OSHA training. You can look at it and go, well, this was my question, do I do OSHA general training, or do I do OSHA construction for my kids? And I remember talking with my teacher leader about this and going, but the kids don't need to learn about bricklaying. Like, that's not going to help them when it comes to what they need for what they do. So I'm going to come back around and ask a few more of these questions that I threw in here. Kim, can you tell us what are some of the possible career options? Because most people, when they think about dance, they're like, ah, that's it. You're just on stage as a dancer and that's it. And how can anyone make that a CTE? Because it's just that.
Yeah, I'm
Yes.
happy to answer that question. As I think about responding to your question, I can't help but reflect on my own childhood, if that makes sense. Because my father said to me, no, you will not get a dance degree. And yet here I am, dance educator. And part of it is, I think, the mentality that we all have, that dance is not perceived as an area that has a job associated with it. And there are many reasons. I'll spare all of those details. But when I think about where my alumni are working, I actually just completed a survey of my alumni, and it's been really fascinating. So yes, we have people who have become performers, concert dancers, commercial dancers, but really I'm seeing a ton of interest from them in working in K-12 public education, whether it's being dance educators themselves or working as elementary school teachers, high school teachers, school counselors. And then there are those who go into fitness, Pilates teacher, yoga teacher, personal trainer. We also have students who have gone on to work in dance studios and have become teaching artists themselves. We have someone in Hollywood who's a professional photographer who graduated maybe 10 years ago, makeup artist, actor, director, arts administrator, talent agent, event coordinator, real estate agent, physical therapist, dance movement therapist. And then even my own alumni, I have someone who works with me as our technical director and our program assistant. And honestly, she is incredibly essential for me as a CTE teacher. There's no way that I could be functional as a teacher myself. The work of a CTE teacher is huge, no matter whether it's dance or theater or automotive, could be anything. But having someone with that key background, she works with our theater CTE teacher as well here, and essentially helps us to be able to stay consistent and connected with industry standards. Without her, we couldn't be functional. So it is really cool that, you know, we have an alum who's working in that role, and she actually works outside within industry independently as a freelancer as well. So lots of places where people can go, but I do think there tends to be this linear thought for some families, which is, well, it's not a stable career, or it's not something you're going to always have income. And I would just offer, everyone's got their own emotional tolerance for what they can sustain. And it doesn't mean that, for example, a life of learning about dance cannot be a wonderful basis to learn from and to move forward from. So I would just offer that, to me, dance is about being a human, being in our bodies, learning about how to work with others and to be with others. And I think that's a wonderful set of human skills to bring into any space. But we do have a responsibility to teach students also about the careers that are out there. So that's really been a big focus for us since the shift to CTE. We've been a CTE program for 6 years. So it really is a big, important part of what we do.
Awesome. Awesome. Dominic, I'm going to come back to you for a moment here. What are some of the things that are specifically covered in your particular OSHA training? And I'm hoping that Karen will kind of listen in on this, because I would like to see if there's really an overlap in what is on the backstage exam compared to what is being like trained in this OSHA for entertainment training.
Yeah, absolutely. And but just first, by way of segue, you know, just to pick up on something Dijon said, as somebody who's about as pale, male, and stale as it gets, can I just tell you how much it sucks for the lack of diversity for people who look like me? It's just as bad. I mean, not as bad in terms of experience, but it makes for a terrible experience and a terrible work environment as well. And we've seen all sorts of impacts on, you know, there's a lot of people who are affected by the lack of sensitivity to others. And we want to see it change, because it's just so much more joyful when we have a broad range of experience and a broad range of voices. So I appreciated Dijon sharing his experience. And obviously, when we come talk about the training itself, you know, one of the things I like to say is we don't describe it as a typical OSHA course. You know, much like, you know, it's no longer true that educators are standing in front of classes going, Bueller, Bueller, anybody. You know, we don't sit around and show excruciating safety videos because that doesn't get us where we want to go. So, you know, there are the basics that we would cover, which would be things like slips, trips, and falls, and hazardous chemicals, and your rights under OSHA. But we also cover specifics around things like entertainment rigging, electrical safety. But where it gets a little more interesting is we focus on the psychology of safety. We focus on leadership. We focus on crowd management. We are, I think, obviously, I haven't checked every OSHA course, but as far as I'm aware, we are the first OSHA course approved to talk about mental health and psychological safety, and do that through a lens of EDI. We see both physical safety and psychological safety as a key component of health and safety. So that's really kind of a short version of what we teach. But, you know, one of the things I like to say to people is when we talk about safety, people want to say that what somebody did was stupid. We're not a big fan of the word stupid because it fundamentally misunderstands how the human brain works and how people interact with each other and with those circumstances. We need to understand how the mind works if we want to protect people. And one of the things that I am also very interested in when it comes to teaching this kind of stuff is that, you know, imagine if we could have, you know, it's not about me teaching it, but imagine if we could have every high school student going into the workplace, knowing what their rights were, knowing a safer way of doing things. And as Kim was talking earlier about, and I think somebody on the previous panel was talking, when it comes to CTE, they could learn it in an entertainment environment, but that knowledge would have all sorts of applications throughout any industry they would work in. So we want people to understand how human beings are likely to behave. We want to understand that human beings are essentially fragile, they make mistakes, and that we need to build better systems and not keep wishing for better human beings.
Thank you. I love that there is a mental health component to the training, especially right now as I think of, you know, everyone returning into performances again, and not that performances completely stopped, but people are going back into buildings and back into those forms of performance, and mental health is a huge thing as we come out of what has been a traumatic experience. When you think of all the compounded trauma that people have experienced within the last 18 months. I know talking even as a teacher returning to school, that has been a huge thing on our mind, is how do we address this as the students come back into the buildings full time for a whole year? How do we, you know, deal with the stuff that they're coming with mentally? So I love that, taking that concept of mental health and how do you make sure that it's a safe environment, not just physically, but mentally. That's really cool. Karen?
I was just going to say, what an amazing point that I'm actually going to take back to our experts that have been developing this exam, because it never really occurred to me, but we have everything but the mental health component, and the most social component that we would have is just simply questions on for people that are interested in stage, house, or production management, that kind of thing. But I will go into some of the questions that we have covered in the exam and some of the careers that it overlaps, which would be things like automation technicians, entertainment engineers, technical directors, flying directors, carpenters, electricians, welders, riggers, people interested in projection, multimedia, lighting technicians. So it kind of like runs the whole, I mean, costume, everything. And what's interesting to me is you hear a lot about STEM, and something related to theater and technical theater is arts, and it brings that it brings parental awareness, but also districts to understand that not only is this good for children and just all over well-being in that area in the arts, but also it's learning engineering, it's learning rigging. So students can sort of see that all of these careers are, I mean, as Dominic was mentioning, they do overlap, and it's exciting to see these different, I mean, when I was in school, I just want to say I was interested in theater, I was interested in the arts. I did not know these things existed, so it's just really great to see that this is where we're heading for education and at that level.
And Felicia, if I may,
Yes.
that's one of the biggest things I'm doing with Allison, with the California Department of Education, is getting into the schools in the underserved communities and exposing these kids to the crafts that are available. The audio visual classes that are out there, they're not really representative of what it takes to make a film or a television show. It's really kind of focused around broadcast style type of lighting and shooting, pick up a camera on your shoulder, where I want to expose, upperclassmen or high school kids. I want to expose them to the crafts that are actually available, because so many people don't know what a grip is and what we do, or even know that you can do any number of these jobs on a film set. It's a mystery. So I'm trying to get rid of that mystery. I'm trying to get rid of the mysterious side of what we do, the cinematic process, and what it takes to make a film or a television show.
I'm loving Kim's giving you snaps right there, because I remember being. Go ahead, Kim.
Well, and I just want to offer, as I'm listening to all of this, the through line for all of us is really having, I think, a safe space for students and learners and employees. And I really do think that as I consider dance or theater or really any of our art spaces, building that safety component and that vulnerability, we have to have safe spaces where students feel like they can take risks. And I think what makes what I do as a teacher, and what my husband, he's also a teacher, what we get to do is just magical, because we do get to establish this little bubble. And I think there is a danger that Allison brought up earlier about, well, gosh, it's like teacher who knows everything. And I really feel like we have to be so cautious and get out of our own way. When she was talking earlier in the last panel, I wrote down ego, get out of your own way. And it's really true that one of the beautiful things about the arts is that we have the ability to say, gosh, I might not be an expert in this genre, or I don't know about XYZ. I can go learn about it, but I can also go and find the resources, find the people who can help me enhance what I do. And I feel like, especially I live in a small town about an hour and a half outside of Los Angeles. And so as I listen and I think about anyone else who could be on this call, sometimes proximity feels like it's scary and far, but we have all these wonderful, innovative, technological ways we can connect now. So I just want to offer, as I listen to this from a teacher perspective, it gets me excited. But then I also just want to acknowledge the mental health component, whether it's for students or for the adults involved. As employees, we're all dealing with some level of traumatic re-engagement. How do you let go of what's happened and just move forward? And I do want to offer that I think it takes being able to talk about it. And so the fact that we're all talking about it, I hope anyone else who is an attendee today is also hearing hey, it's okay to talk about that. It's okay to be vulnerable with your students to the extent that it's safe and professional, and really understanding that they will take their lead from us. They will take their lead from us. So I'm really inspired by hearing everything. And I want to know more about what Dominic is up to, for sure, in terms of that mental health component.
Yeah, so Dominic, because Lanky and Limey has the OSHA training, but they do a bunch of stuff. So they actually do a mental health thing as well, that's separate from the OSHA training, correct?
So we have a mental health portion within the training itself, because obviously we want to reach as many people as possible. So I'm also a member of the steering committee for Behind the Scenes, which is a charity, which is also doing an initiative on mental health and suicide prevention within the industry. But we've also launched our own initiative called Entertaining Health, and you can go to the website. Obviously, this is not part of the business, it's just something that we're doing. But essentially, one of the things we've tried to do, and again, we've realized that from a mental health point of view, There are a lot of stories, and this is not to denigrate the experiences of celebrities and people who are public faces, but there are a lot of stories of people who have mental health experiences that are in the public eye, but there are not many stories of people who do the same roles or look like us or sound like us. And so we launched this initiative called Entertaining Health, and we're recording interviews with people who work in all sorts of different roles, whether they're union roles, whether they're producer roles, whether they're PA roles, whatever they might be. And we're just getting them to talk about mental health in the context of the industry. And we're putting up those kind of interviews up on the website along with a bunch of resources. But we also do a couple of standalone mental health classes where we obviously focused one specifically on the trauma that people are experiencing as a result of COVID, but there are a lot of, and kind of giving people individual tools. But we also look at the structural issues as well, because, you know, I suspect that Dijon might twitch a little bit when I say this, but like working 16 hours a day is really bad for your health. And the bottom line is, if we don't accept, if we know fatigue, like one of the things we talk about in the class is your likelihood of injury increases enormously. Like and specifically to Dijon's part of the industry, your likelihood of a road traffic accident after only 4 hours of sleep increases by 11.5 times. And the biggest cause of injury, often in the film part of the industry, is people driving home after they have finished work, right? And so, you know, your risk of injury having worked more than 14 hours in a day increases by 30%, right? So we focus on all of those structural issues that affect people's mental health. And one thing I wanted to touch on with you, Felicia, because you had raised this and I thought it was so important. One of the things we talk about in one of the mental health classes is we have to get around the stigma that you are somehow less than as an entertainment professional because you don't work full time in a recognized, valued part of the industry, right? Because so many of us have to wear different hats and try different things, and that has become even more evident in the pandemic. And so if we want to retain all of that talent and all of that experience, we've got to really be much more welcoming and much more inclusive about how we keep people informed. If you've had to step away and stack shelves to pay the bills, how do we get you back in the industry when there is some work to be had? So we focus on a broad range of topics, but yes, we focus it through a mental health lens.
Thank you. Thank you so much. There are a couple of questions that came in that I want to make sure that we hit. Okay, so there is a question about the OSHA test, and they wanted to know, is that a separate program or is it virtual training? I mean, I know the answer to this because we went through this for my program for next year, but Dominic, do you want to just say how is it offered?
Yeah, so basically, the requirement for OSHA, you can do OSHA 10 or OSHA 30, that's just the duration of the teaching hours of the class. Essentially, you have to attend. You can do it online like this, but we have to get approval to do that, or we can do it in person anytime we want. But the bottom line is you attend the class, you take knowledge reviews, and as long as you complete the modules and the knowledge reviews, which aren't really tests, they're just a check that you understood what we were talking about, and the exercises, then as long as you complete that within 6 months, then you get a card, and that card is essentially valid forever unless your local or state jurisdiction has another requirement. OSHA doesn't mandate that your card expires, but for example, New York or Los Angeles or California might have a regulation that you need to renew it every 5 years or something like that.
Okay. Thank you. This other question came in, and I think this is for you, Kim, because of what you said earlier. At Trenton Central High School, which is my school, it has always been an issue on how to manage all 3 sequences with one teacher. I heard it mention having 2 sequences in one class. How would we be able to initiate something like this in Trenton, especially with limited teaching for each CTE area? I think this comes up because you mentioned having year 3 and 4 together.
That's correct. I would just offer, it really comes down to administrative leadership at your site, and as well as collaboration with your CTE staff. I was our dance teacher and assistant principal here for 4 years. So I have had a very unique path, if that makes sense, because I did not get to have any type of full-time work as a dance educator because I live in a small town. So therefore, I've always done some either school counseling or administrative work while I've been dance teacher. And I've been happy to do it because I'm grateful I get to do what I love. So what I would just offer is I think it comes down to how the master schedule is built at any high school. So I know that, for example, if you give a teacher 3 singletons, then it depends on what else they're doing with their day. And so that's why sometimes it's hard to give them 3 singletons, because then they've got to teach 1 or 2 of something else. And not everyone's willing to do that. And I understand why that's the case. I'd also offer, it does come down to sequentially taking things 1 step at a time, trying to do for example, trying to build what we have now in 1 or 2 years would not have been feasible. It's been an incremental step-by-step process. And this next year is really the first year after 17 years where the 3s and the 4s are going to be together. And the real difference between the 2, for what it's worth, is some differentiated roles. So the dance 4s will have extra responsibilities. They'll also get to do an internship. We're starting an internship program for the first year ever, so a little pilot. And not just my program, but all of our CTE programs, which is a big deal in a small town. We've just never had the wherewithal and the momentum, and we finally do. So I would just offer that we have some of the infrastructure that we're building to support the differentiation as well. There is someone now who's actually running internships and works with me in my TOSA role. I help to mentor her so she can plan those district-wide internship opportunities.
Thank you so much. So we are about to wrap things up. I do want to throw out there for anyone who needs it, 2 other really cool resources that I found in my journey for my program. One is Abundance Bound, which is a group that specifically works on helping to teach artists how to handle their finances and how to make sure that they know how to handle themselves as a business. I'm really excited about this and have started talking to them about coming into high schools, because they've worked with colleges before, but they haven't really come into high schools. So I'm really excited that they're going to be branching into high schools next year. And then another program that I found out, for those of you who are close to New York, there is a really awesome internship. I want to say this correctly. Let me just go ahead and pull it up. They have what's called their Theatrical Workforce Development Program that they have for 18 through 24-year-olds. Besides that, they have internships and apprenticeships as well. But this program blows my mind, because what they do is they take the kids and they go, hey, let's train you, let's give you an apprenticeship. And by the time you're done with 3 years with us, you're going to be connected in with a theater company in New York City. I think that's just an absolutely amazing thing. There are other programs out there that are doing fabulous things. And I know one of the things that someone asked earlier was like, how do you get connected? And I'm just going to tell you, ask. That is the big thing. Like, contact a theater company, contact a dance company, and go, hey, I'm an educator and this is the program we have. Can we connect? And I will tell you, most of the times when I've done that, I've had somebody go, yes, 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 yes. It's come to a point where now I have to go, okay, there's only so much I can have, because I still need to go through the things that have to be taught, and y'all need to slow down. But just ask. Don't be afraid to ask. That's how we got to today, was because of asking questions and people being willing. Would any of my speakers like to say one final thing before we get ready to wrap up for the day?
If I may, I know this is a national call. Just want to let all you educators know in other parts of the country, you can reach out to the International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees. You just Google for your area, and you can reach out to individual locals to partner with you. some locals are actively seeking out educators in different programs, but feel free to reach out to a local that's in your particular state or city.
Thank you so much for that, because that's something I need to do. Which, by the way, I will tell you, I had to look up what a GRIP was when I was younger. Like, well, as soon as we got like the internet really going, that was one of my questions. I was like, what is GRIP? What is a grip? Because you always see it in the movies and it says like best boy grip. And I'm like, what is that? So yes, I'm thankful that you're out there letting people know what that is. Anyone else, last things before I pull Allison back in for our wrap up? Go ahead, Kim.
I'll quickly encourage anyone who wants to do really meaningful and short professional reading. There's a wonderful book called The Culture Code by, I just have it up here, Daniel Coyle. I'm 3-4 chapters in, and it's what our CTE programs need to be. And it's also paralleling what's happening in industry. And so I just want to offer that, this idea of being vulnerable, having a future, working together. It's all there and it's really inspiring. So just thought I would share that.
Can you drop that in the chat to everyone so that we can see that? Awesome, awesome. Thank you all so much. Oh my goodness, this has just been beautiful. I appreciate all the time that you've taken to be a part of today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And Allison and I are gonna wrap it up for everybody. Oh my goodness, we made it through.
Good to see you, Karen. And you know, it's funny, Felicia, because Dejan and Karen were actually on a call training together a couple days ago. I was like texting Dejan, he's like, I'm on a ladder training. And then I told him Karen was gonna be here and he's like, oh, I was just like.
I thought it was Karen. It might've been someone else in the organization. Though.
Oh, okay, from USITT.
It might have been Christine.
Yes.
So there's just all these intersections is my point in our work. And we need to really kind of find those intersections and collaborate for the, you know, sake of the kiddos. So
yes.
I appreciate you all being here. Nice to see and meet you, Dominic, and thanks for sharing your insight. And for anyone who has any questions, you know, I'm kind of like neck deep in this work, and Dejan and I have another meeting at 4. Which is going to be a whole nother layer of this that might emerge, hopefully, if we can pull it off, with teacher externships. So stay tuned on some opportunities. You know, as we're building in California, we want to share that and make sure they're scalable nationally. So so thank you all for attending and sticking it out. And all of these sessions are recorded. And so if you missed something, feel free to watch from the earlier conversations. It was really great, and we appreciate you. And we appreciate ACTE for opening this conversation up. Thank you.
Yes. I want to say thank you again for being with us today. A huge shout out to Lauren Philibrown for your work on today's platform, website, and registration. She has been like working behind the scenes to make things happen. We hope that this is the beginning of an endeavor that will benefit AME students, teachers, administrators, and industry partners for years to come. You may have noticed a link to a Google form dropped in the chat during various sessions. If you are interested in seeing AME become a section in the new and related services division of ACTE, please fill out that form. Right now, there is nothing on the national level for an ACTE for this, which is kind of why they were like, whoa, we need to do something because this thing is huge. And so the way that it works, it's like you first start as a section under new and related services, and then eventually you become a full division once you have enough people who are a part of the organization. So we want to see a section start so that we can then see a division. I told them we're going to be the fastest division they've ever seen happen. It is also on the ACTE website that you can become a member of CTE ANJ if you are a person who has tuned in from New Jersey. We would love to have you as a part of our organization. For more information about us, you can find our state association page on the ACTE site, or contact me directly at fbrown@trenton.k12.nj.us. And that is so long that I will definitely put it in the chat for you guys. If you enjoyed this event and would like to have more like this, please let us know via social media. Use hashtag AMECoast.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to give us a hashtag, you know? So that's our hashtag. So put that hashtag out there. Let us know that you like today's event. I know I probably should have put that earlier because I'm seeing the attendees drop, but and I'm putting my email in there as well for anyone who needs it.
Some of you have already reached out to me because I just checked email, but feel free to email me if you want more information or if you want to get in touch with any of our presenters today and just like pick their brains. They're all really open to conversations. Our experienced teachers, our industry partners, everyone. So anyways, thank you again.
This has been awesome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Take care, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.